This video is a side-by-side comparison of the One Piece manga with the Netflix adaptation. Sadly, we will have to distort the manga panels, but you will be able to see just how much effort was put into recreating Oda's work. Chapter 1 is titled Romance Dawn, the Dawn of the Adventure. A man is handcuffed in front of him. There are two other men with swords. There was once a man who took everything in the world, wealth, fame, and power, known as Pirates King Gold Roger. The pirate's last words drove people throughout the world to the sea. Roger announces that if someone wants his treasure, he or she can have it, saying that he left everything there. Roger is executed and the entire crowd is cheering. The world has entered the golden age of piracy. In a small seaport village, a pirate ship landed almost 1 year ago. It is a small, peaceful village. A boy is standing on the ship's figurehead. A man asks Luffy what he is doing. The child's full name is revealed to be Monkey D. Luffy. He has a knife in his left hand. He announces that he is not joking this time, as he had enough, and he decides to prove it for everyone. Another man claims that the kid is going to do something funny again. The child stabs himself with the knife right under his eye, screaming in pain. All the pirates are surprised because of this. The first man shouts, asking Luffy what he is doing. In the village, the pirates and the boy have gathered in the party's bar. A pirate proposes to drink and celebrate to Luffy's craziness. Inside the bar, all the men are drinking and eating. The other men are fighting over a piece of meat. Luffy is now patched up, but he is almost crying, claiming that it did not hurt. The man with the straw hat calls the boy a liar and tells him to not do something so stupid again. The child boasts that he is not afraid of pain and asks the man to bring him to the sea the next time because he also wants to be a pirate. The man claims that Luffy is not ready to be a pirate. The man is revealed to be the pirate leader called Red-Haired Shanks. The boy boasts that he will be fine, saying that he is trained and that his punch is as strong as pistol fire. Shanks doubts Luffy's latter claim in a bored tone. Luffy gets angry at the man because of his tone. One of the men observes that Luffy is unhappy. Another tells him that the sea is very wide. Another claims that nothing is greater than freedom. Luffy is fascinated with the pirate's words. Shanks requests that the men do not give the boy dumb ideas. The fat man argues that it is the truth. Someone else agrees. Another pirate suggests to the captain that they take the child one time, since it is not a big deal. Another man and Luffy agree. Shanks orders one of his subordinates shall get off the ship and let the boy replace him. Luffy gets angry and asks the group what kind of friends they are. Shanks claims that he will consider taking him in 10 years. Luffy boasts that he is a man. The red-haired man calms him down and gives him a glass of juice. The boy happily accepts it and drinks it. Shanks starts laughing and crying, proving that Luffy is still a kid. Luffy becomes depressed that Shanks does not let him join the crew, despite the fact that the boy cut himself today. The bartender can be seen in the background. A smoking man tries to explain to Luffy that he should try to understand that the captain knows that the life of a pirate is interesting, but it is also very dangerous. A wanted poster of Mikio Itu can be seen in the background on a wall. Luffy thinks Shanks is not taking him serious, which Shanks proves by mocking him again. Shanks replies that the making fun of the boy is his joy. The bartender's name is revealed to be Makino. She holds a barrel of beer and asks the kid if he wants to eat. Luffy claims that he will pay with his treasure. Shanks doubts the existence of Luffy's treasure and calls him a liar. The boy denies, saying that he will become a pirate and pay her with the treasure he finds. Makino replies that she will be waiting, and the kid starts laughing. Luffy is waiting with a fork and knife in his hands. Finally, Makino brings Luffy and Shanks their meals. As the boy is struggling to bite in a big piece of meat, he raises the question of how long the crew will be staying. The red-haired man comments that it has been almost a year since they have made their town their base, so he is thinking of taking a few more trips and then leave and head north. As the bartender is washing some dishes, Luffy boasts that he will learn how to swim by then, and Shanks wishes him good luck. Suddenly, a man kicks down one of the doors of the bar. the whole place goes silent. The man enters the bar along with a group behind him and excuses himself. He observes the group partying and mentions that it is his first time seeing pirates, remaining unimpressed. Meanwhile, Luffy is eating a strange fruit and is confused. The strange man walks towards the bartender. The men behind him are all wearing similar outfits. He claims that they are bandits and that they are not there to cause trouble, since they only want to buy 10 barrels of sake. The man is revealed to be the leader of the bandits, called Higuma. However, Makino tells the bandit that the bar is out of alcohol. The man looks back toward the pirates and asks what are the other men drinking. He sarcastically asks if it is water. The bartender confirms that the pirates are drinking sake, but that is all which is left. Shanks is sorry for the man because his group drank all the alcohol, so he offers him the last bottle that he was holding earlier. Higuma looks displeased, so he smashes the bottle, breaking it into pieces and spilling the sake on the red-haired man. Makino is frightened at the situation while the bandits are amused. The smoking man is unfazed. The bandit leader asks the pirate if he is unaware of the bandit's reputation. The red-haired man is upset that the floor is all wet. Higuma brings out his wanted poster of 8 million, since he killed 56 people, and tells Shanks to not mess with him again because mountain bandits and pirates do not have good relationships. The red-haired pirate ignores the bandit, picks up large pieces of the bottle from the ground, tells Makino that he is sorry for the mess, saying that he will clean. Higuma takes out his sword and cuts the table along with the plates on it, saying that since the red-haired man enjoys cleaning, he can now enjoy it more. Convinced that Shanks is a coward, Higuma leaves the bar. Outside, 2 citizens are seen hiding behind a building. The bandit leader decides to go to the next town. Afterwards, as Makino tries to see if the red-haired man is hurt, Shanks and his crew laugh at his humiliation. Angered by their attitude, Luffy asks the group why they are laughing, since the situation was very disgraceful. The kid thinks that they should have fought the bandits. Shanks tells Luffy that he understands his feelings, but there is no reason to get worked up over a bottle of alcohol. As Luffy turns to go away, Shanks grabs his arm to stop him and tells him to stay. However, the boy tells him that he doesn't want to see him again, since he is a coward. As the kid moves away, his arm stretches to everyone's surprise, including the kerchief man. The fat man looks into a box, saying that the Gomi Gomi no Mi that they got from the enemy ship is not there. The fat man is sweating and shows Luffy a drawing of the fruit he was eating earlier and asks him if he ate that. Luffy affirms it tasted badly. Shanks goes in front of the boy and explains that that was the Gomi Gomi no Mi, one of the devil fruits and one of the rarest treasures in the sea, that anyone who eats it turns into a rubber human and will never be able to swim. Luffy is surprised, and Shanks calls him an idiot. Later, Luffy visits Uo to buy some fish. The storekeeper and his wife are happy to see the boy and mentions that the kid cannot swim anymore. Luffy claims that he is going to be a pirate that doesn't fall into the sea. The boy stretches his cheeks. An old man asks what is so good about having a rubber body. The boy calls him the chief. The old man tries to persuade the kid to not become a pirate, since it would ruin the town's reputation. He insists that despite the fact that the captain looks like a reasonable person, Luffy should not hang around him anymore. Later, the doors at the party's bar are fixed. The boy and Makino are staying there alone. Makino mentions that the pirates have been out for a while and asks him if he misses them. Luffy replies that he does not because he has not forgiven them for the bandit incident yet. Luffy thought that the red-haired man was a tough pirate, so he is disappointed. Makino thinks that people that can stand up after getting picked on are brave. The boy tells her that she does not understand, since there are times when men must fight back. So the bartender confirms that she does not understand. Suddenly, a man enters the bar. The man is revealed to be Higuma, and he enters the bar along with his group of bandits. He observes that the pirates are not there, so the bar is quiet. The entire group sit at the tables, while the boy and the girl keep looking at them. The bandit leader asks her what she is waiting for, and orders her to bring them sake. Soon afterward, Makino rushes through the village to find the mayor, because Luffy has gotten himself into a hostage situation with Higuma after the bandit said something that angered him. As Makino and the mayor return to reason with the bandit states that it is already too late because Luffy is going to die. As Higuma raises his sword to kill Luffy, Shanks and his crew reappear. Higuma and his men tell them that this is none of their business. As Shanks walks forward, one of the bandit points a gun at Shanks, only to be shot by Lucky Rooks. Shanks tells Higuma that he will not allow him to hurt a friend of his and get away with it. Higuma sends the rest of his crew after him. Beckman decides to step in and single-handedly takes out the entire gang of bandits, leaving Higuma alone. Realizing that he cannot win, Higuma drops a smoke bomb and takes Luffy away. As the smoke clears, Shanks realizes Luffy is gone and panics. Out at sea, Higuma and Luffy stand in a boat. Higuma decides it is time to lose Luffy and kicks him into the water. Luffy struggles in the water as a Sea King appears. The Sea King eats Higuma before turning toward Luffy. Moments before Luffy is eaten, Shanks saves his life and scares away the Sea King with a stare. When the Sea King is gone, Luffy begins crying upon realizing Shanks has lost his left arm in saving his life. Later at the docks, Luffy says goodbye to Shanks and his crew and admits he is sad that they are leaving, but is not worried about going with them because he has decided he will become a pirate on his own. This leads to Shanks stating that there is no way Luffy can become a pirate. Luffy angrily proclaims he will become a pirate, gather a crew strong enough pirate crew, and begin the journey of becoming the Pirate King. Chapter 2 is titled That Guy, Straw Hat Luffy. Luffy sets off in a dinghy to form his own pirate crew. However, no sooner had he left than he ran into his first problem, a whirlpool. Meanwhile, on a remote island, as Alvida is inspecting her ship, she clobbers one of her crew for leaving dust on the deck and asks Koby, "Who is the most beautiful in all the sea?" The boy fearfully replies that she is. She comments on how Koby is only allowed to stay because he knows more about navigation than all the others do, and how useless he is at everything else. She then orders Koby to clean her shoes. Sad and upset, Koby pushes a barrel he found into Alvida's hideout. Upon approach, 3 of Alvida's crew, Pepiko, and Popiko, stop him and take the barrel, bullying him into being silent about the fact that they are going to drink the wine inside it without Alvida knowing. Suddenly, Luffy bursts out of the barrel and shocks everyone. Before they can get their answers as to why he popped out, Alvida sends her club flying into the hideout. Koby and Luffy flee. Meanwhile, Alvida accuses her crew of slacking off because she heard someone call, "Oh, what a nice nap." They explain it was not them, but an intruder instead. Alvida fears the famous bounty hunter Roanoa Zoro is here to claim her bounty. Elsewhere, Koby has dragged Luffy to safety away from Alvida. He shows him his boat that he made over the last 2 years in an attempt to escape from her and explains how he got into his situation. Luffy comments on how wimpy Koby is. Luffy tells Koby his dream to become Pirate King. Koby cannot believe Luffy is prepared to die for his dream, and Luffy hits Koby because he does not like his wimpy outlook. Koby admires Luffy's outlook on life. Koby then reveals his desires to become a marine and catch bad guys. He boasts he would rather die trying to escape to join them than spend the rest of his life at Alvida's side. Just then, Alvida appears and destroys his boat. Alvida accuses Koby of hiring someone to kill her. When she asks him who the most beautiful woman is, Luffy interferes and outwardly states Alvida is an ugly old hag. Koby, inspired by Luffy, tells Alvida straight what he thinks of her. Alvida strikes Koby in anger, but Luffy gets between her and Koby, taking the full force of Alvida's club. To the shock of everyone, he survives. With one punch of his Gum Gum No pistol, Luffy knocks Alvida out and orders her crew to fetch Koby a boat and to stay out of his way. Sometime later, Luffy and Koby are seen sailing out to sea by themselves. Koby tells Luffy more about Zoro, the bounty hunter Alvida mentioned. Luffy decides that he wants to try to recruit Zoro, and they head off. Chapter 3 is titled Introducing Pirate Hunter Zoro. Out at sea, Kobe and Luffy are discussing Luffy's decision to recruit Zoro. Sometime later, they arrive at the marine base Zoro is being held at. Luffy is surprised that they actually arrived, and Kobe points out that these are the basics of navigation. Kobe points out that Luffy cannot just float around out at sea, and that he must find a navigator soon. Luffy then says they should go eat. At a restaurant, when Kobe and Luffy discuss parting ways, Luffy mentions Zoro's name with shocking results from the other customers. When Kobe mentions the name of the Marine in charge of the base, Morgan, the same effect occurs. In the street, Kobe comments on the reactions for the villagers here in the town, understanding why they reacted out of fear for Zoro due to his reputation, but not Morgan's name. At the Marine base, after Luffy climbed up the wall to see Zoro, he climbs up another part of the wall to get a better view of someone he saw in the base. Kobe also climbs up, but falls down again out of fear after sighting Zoro. Zoro offers the two the head of a bounty carrier if they will free him due to him going without food for 9 days. As they talk with Zoro, Rika suddenly appears next to them as she climbs using a ladder, hushing them to be quiet. Rika climbs over the wall. Kobe beckons her to come back as she walks towards Zoro. She offers him some onigiri since he has not eaten in several days. Zoro refuses and tells her to go away. Just then, Morgan's son, Helmeppo, appears with a few marines and starts mocking Zoro. He snatches the rice balls from Rika and eats one of them. However, he soon spits it out due to the fact she made them using sugar instead of salt. He knocks them to the ground and stomps on them. Much to Kobe's shock at seeing someone affiliated with the Marines do such a cruel thing, she cries, lamenting on how she worked hard to make them. Helmeppo then points out the law made by his father, which states that anyone who assists a prisoner will also be found guilty of the crimes the prisoner has committed. Helmeppo says that since she is a child, she will be let off the hook. He then orders one of the Marines to toss her over the wall. When he refuses, he reminds them of who his father is, and the Marine throws her over the wall, forcing Luffy to catch her. Helmeppo continues to mock Zoro, but Zoro remains strong about his situation. After Helmeppo is gone, Luffy talks to Zoro about joining his crew. Zoro states that he will not join a pirate crew and become a criminal, as he has his own dream to follow. After they finish talking, Zoro asks Luffy to give him the rice balls to eat, despite the state they are now in. He then tells Luffy to tell Rika that he ate them all and that they were tasty. Later, Luffy explains how Zoro ate the rice balls and enjoyed them to Rika. Kobe is surprised at how considerate Zoro was, despite the reputation he holds. She explains that Zoro is not a bad person and that he was arrested for killing Helmeppo's pet wolf, Soro, while defending her from him as Soro was running wild, terrorizing the town at the time. As Rika finishes explaining the story, Helmeppo appears, bragging about going back on his promise to Zoro, and says that he plans on having him killed in 3 days. Luffy hits him out of anger, and after Helmeppo runs away, Luffy decides Zoro is joining his crew. Chapter 4 is titled Marine Captain, Axe Hand Morgan. Helmeppo is angry at Luffy for hitting him. Kobe can barely hold Luffy back, and the townsfolk are in awe at Luffy's actions. Helmeppo is dragged away by 2 Marines, claiming Luffy will die for hitting him. Rika is pulled away by Rikara, her mother, but Rika defends Luffy and Zoro as good men. Luffy tells Kobe he is going to speak to Zoro again. Back at the Marine base, one of the Marines reports to Morgan that the amount of offering from the townsfolk is decreasing. Morgan is unable to accept that they are poor, seeing it as a sign that the townsfolk are disrespecting him. Just then, Helmeppo bursts in and tells his father that he wants someone killed. Luffy arrives to talk to Zoro about him joining his crew. He makes a deal with Zoro without his consent that if he gets him his swords, he must join his crew. On the roof, a statue of Morgan is being raised. Helmeppo is still demanding that Morgan kill Luffy. However, he is hit for giving Morgan an order. Morgan mentions that he heard a little girl snuck into the base earlier. He orders Lieutenant Junior Grade Rokkaku to go find and kill her for disrespecting him. When the Marine refuses, he is hit. Morgan then claims he will do it himself and gives the order to raise the statue. On ground level, while Luffy is trying to find a marine to get Zoro's swords, he hears someone on the roof. Seaman recruit Yukari knocks the statue against part of the building on the roof. Luffy launches himself up onto the roof via Gummy Gummy no Rocket. As the marine is about to be punished for knocking the statue, Luffy flies by, grabbing some of the ropes on the statue because he has taken off into the air too fast. To the horror of everyone there, the statue breaks. Morgan suddenly bursts out Luffy's death sentence, and Helmeppo points out that Luffy was the one he wanted his father to kill in the first place. Then Luffy drags Helmeppo into the base building to find Zoro's swords, while one of the Marines spots Koby untying Zoro. Morgan becomes paranoid because he thinks the townsfolk are turning on him. Koby reveals to Zoro his desire to become a Marine who is just, as well as Luffy's dream of becoming Pirate King. While Zoro shows surprise for Luffy's ambition, Koby is suddenly shot. This causes Zoro to threateningly glance at the roof of the Marine base. Chapter 5 is titled Pirate King and Master Swordsman. Luffy is busy dragging Helmeppo through the base, trying to find Zoro's sword. After dragging Helmeppo for a while, Luffy asks Helmeppo where Zoro's sword is, and he tells Luffy Zoro's arsenal is in his room. Luffy decides to use Helmeppo as a human shield, leaving some pursuing Marines in position where they cannot do anything. Meanwhile, Koby realizes that he has been shot and that he has started bleeding. Zoro tells Koby to run, but Koby will not go until Zoro is untied. He tells Zoro that Helmeppo never planned to keep his word. Zoro cannot believe what he is hearing, and Koby tells Zoro how Luffy punched Helmeppo because of what they overheard him say. Koby asks Zoro to help Luffy. Suddenly, some Marines approach Zoro and Koby and declare them traitors. Elsewhere, Luffy has found swords in Helmeppo's room, but does not know which one is Zoro's. Luffy suddenly spots what is going on down on the ground outside the window of the Marine base. Zoro and Koby are in trouble, and Morgan wants them dead. Zoro, aware that he may die, begins a flashback to his days as a young boy and his reasons for becoming who he is. A young Zoro was in a training dojo on the ground after a defeat against Kuna. Kuna was mocking him for failing to win against her for the 2000th time, even after he used 2 swords. Zoro's friends stuck up for him when he was called weak. As Kuna stated, even though he could stand up to the adults, it was no good if he still could not beat her. The others accused her for showing off because she was the dojo master's daughter. As the sensei entered the room, the other trainee swordsman, save Zoro himself, accused him of giving her special training because she was able to beat Zoro. The sensei just stated that Kuna was older. Later that night, a frustrated Zoro challenged Kuna to fight him with a real katana. Kuna accepted Zoro's challenge. With 1 strike, Zoro lost, and Kuna claimed her 2001st victory against him. After the duel was over, Kuna broke down in tears. She told Zoro her woe about being a girl. As she gets older, she will fall behind him due to the fact that girls do not acquire the strength guys do. Kuna said that she wished she had been born a boy, but Zoro got angry at her, saying that she did not have the right to complain after she beat him. Zoro went further by saying that it was an insult to all the hard work he'd been doing. The two then made an agreement. One of them will become the greatest swordsman in the world. Disaster hit the next day, as Zoro was informed of the worst. Kuna had fallen down the stairs and died. Upset, Zoro called to her body, lying lifeless, its face covered with a cloth, accusing her of running away. Zoro asked the sensei to give Zoro her sword. He will become the world's greatest swordsman on her behalf. Back in the present, Zoro faces death. As the Marines fire, Luffy jumps in front of them and the bullets hit him instead. The bullets then bounce off Luffy to the disbelief of everyone watching. Luffy brings the 3 swords he had found in Helmeppo's room, claiming he did not know which one was Zoro's. The swordsman then explains he uses 3 swords. Zoro accepts Luffy's offer to join his crew because he would rather become a criminal than die. Chapter 6 is titled The First. Morgan tells his men that Luffy must have eaten a devil fruit and that he is not a normal human. Realizing guns will not work, the Marines attack Luffy while he is trying to untie Zoro. Koby awakens after fainting when Luffy was shot at to see the Marines charging at Zoro and Luffy. Luffy manages to untie Zoro and hands him his swords. After freeing himself, all the charging Marines find their swords are locked by Zoro's 3 swords. Zoro threatens to kill anyone who moves, and the Marines cry with fear. Zoro tells Luffy he has already declared he will join him after this, as the Marines will declare him a criminal either way. He lays down the conditions for him to join Luffy, warning him that his plans have better not interfere with his own dream of becoming the greatest swordsman. Morgan calls out to his men to fight them, and Luffy tells Zoro to duck. Luffy knocks all the Marines who currently have their swords locked against Zoro's swords. The Marines complain that they cannot defeat the pair. Morgan orders his men to hold their guns to their heads for disobeying him. Luffy proclaims that he is the Marines' worst enemy and dares Morgan to attack him. The fight resumes, and Morgan cuts a fence in half with his axe hand. Morgan proves to have high endurance as neither man manages to knock the other to the ground. As Morgan is knocked around by Luffy, Helmeppo holds a gun to Kobe's head and threatens to kill him. Kobe tells Luffy to continue, but Luffy ignores him and lands a punch on Helmeppo. Morgan takes advantage of this to attack Luffy, but is defeated by Zoro. Chapter 7 is titled Friends. Morgan has been defeated. However, the Marines working for him would rather celebrate than worry about his loss. Due to his fatigue, Zoro finally collapses. Back at Rika's home, Zoro is eating after going for 9 days without food. Zoro asks Luffy what his plans are. Luffy states he wants to go to the Grand Line to find One Piece. Zoro questions why Kobe is worried, since he is not going with them. He replies that it is because they are friends. Zoro points out to Kobe that his past with Alvida makes joining the Marines difficult, as he has association with pirates. Just then, the Marines enter the building, demanding to know if Luffy and Zoro are pirates. After the pair confirms that they are told as pirates the Marines are grateful for their help, but they cannot stay in town and must leave. However, the Marines will not be reporting the whole event to Marine headquarters. Luffy and Zoro thank Rika's mother for the food. Kobe is left standing there alone, and the Marines question whether he is with the pirates. Kobe claims otherwise. As Luffy is asked if he knows Kobe, Luffy goes on about how Kobe used to be with Alvida. Angry that Luffy is telling the Marines what he does not want them to know, he hits him. With everyone watching in awe, Luffy begins to punch Kobe for hitting him. After the Marines stop Luffy from fighting, Kobe is declared not to be with the pirates. Luffy and Zoro are ordered to leave. Lying on the ground, Kobe brings his nerves together and declares he wants to join the Marines, even if it is just to do chores. The Marine in charge of the scene asks Kobe if he really wants to join. The Marine acknowledges his past with pirates and agrees that Kobe can join. On the outskirts of the town, Luffy and Zoro are leaving. Kobe suddenly catches their attention. Kobe salutes the pirates. Suddenly, he becomes aware that the other Marines are also saluting them. As the two sail away in a small boat, the Marine in charge declares that they violated the Marine Code of Conduct and now must go 1 week without food, but not before commenting to Kobe on how he has a good friend in Luffy. Chapter 8 is entitled Introducing Nami. Zoro and Luffy are lost, starving at sea due to the fact that neither of them has any navigation skills. They are talking about how Zoro survives on sea by hunting others. Zoro points out how odd it is for a pirate like Luffy not being able to navigate, though Luffy states that wandering usually works for him. He then points out that Zoro is no different, given that he is a wandering bounty hunter. Zoro reveals that he never intended to become a bounty hunter in the first place when he first went out to sea, but entirely to search for a certain man. However, he then could not find his way back home. Due to this, he had no choice but to take up bounty hunting for a living. Luffy somewhat correctly comes to the conclusion that Zoro has been lost this whole time, which angers the swordsman, who tells him to shut up. Some time passes and a bird flies overhead, causing a starving Luffy to go after it, which ends up with him being in the bird's beak, being carried off with Zoro left to chase after him. As Zoro rows as fast as he can, he comes across some castaways and tells them to grab on, as he is not stopping. When they are on board, they reveal that they are pirates working for Captain Buggy and that they are taking the boat. Zoro then reveals to them who he is by beating them. As they row him onwards, the question of why they were in the middle of the ocean arises. It turns out that they were tricked by a girl on a boat who stole their boat and treasure, leaving them to be sunk on her boat with help from a storm. Zoro wonders if a person like her, who can predict the weather, would join him and Luffy. One of Buggy's crew tells Zoro about their captain and how he has the power of a devil fruit. Meanwhile, a girl in the nearby town is running from some of Bugsy's crew after stealing their map to the Grand Line. Elsewhere, Buggy's men report seeing a strange bird, and Buggy gives the order to shoot it down. As the bird is hit, Luffy falls right in front of the girl. However, to the shock of the superhuman Domingos, Luffy stands up unscathed. The girl tries to claim Luffy is her boss in order to get out of trouble with the pirates and runs off, leaving Luffy to deal with them. One of Buggy's crew knocks Luffy's straw hat, causing him to get mad. Luffy beats them up. The girl reappears, claiming to be a thief who steals from pirates, called Nami. Chapter 9 is titled The Devil Girl. Nami invites Luffy to join her, claiming to be a thief who steals from pirates. Nami asks Luffy what is so important about his hat that made him mad when Buggy's crew touched it, wondering if it had jewels or a treasure map inside. On the roof of a bar, Buggy is dealing with one of his crew members after Nami got away. Buggy mishears him, thinking that he said something about his nose being strange. The man is raised into the air via Buggy's devil fruit powers. Buggy orders the rest of the crew to put a cannon to the man and fire. With the man killed by cannon fire, Buggy orders everyone to search the town for the thief and any treasure to be found. In a house elsewhere, Nami asks Luffy about his crew's numbers. After knowing they were only 2, she explains to Luffy who Buggy is and why the town is empty, as the populace is sheltering. She warns Luffy that Buggy is fond of using his cannon and that he once destroyed a whole town because a boy made fun of his nose. Nami gets fed up with Luffy's short attention span and tendency to ignore her. Nami reveals her quest to gather 100 million berries and buy a village. She begins to talk about the plan she has for the Grand Line map she stole. She will go there and steal from all the famous pirates in that ocean who she thinks must possess more treasure. Nami confirms she is a navigator, and Luffy is excited about her joining in his adventure. However, when he tells her he is a pirate, she changes her mind. Nami reiterates her suspicion about the straw hat Luffy carries, thinking there must be a treasure map inside. Luffy tells her about the symbolic value of the hat, as it was given to him by his friend, to whom he swore he'd create a pirate crew. Nami explains she hates pirates the most, only liking Myken and money. However, as she now knows that Luffy does not have treasure or much intelligence, she suddenly has an idea. She agrees to join him if he comes with her to see Buggy. However, she takes some rope with her, and as they approach his hideout, Nami ties Luffy up with it. Buggy is telling off his crew, who believe they are about to be killed for not being able to find the thief who stole their map. They explain that, in their perception, with the thief, Nami, there was her boss, Luffy, who was the reason they couldn't retrieve the map. Just then, Nami and Luffy enter the scene to Buggy's surprise. Nami hands over Luffy, claiming she had an argument with her boss, and decides to pretend to join Buggy's crew, handing over the map she stole. Luffy is imprisoned in a cage. Elsewhere, Zoro arrives at the island with the pirates he encountered on the way, who explains that their crew is raiding the village at the moment. Zoro decides to meet Buggy to gather information about Luffy. Chapter 10 is titled Incident at the Tavern. Buggy celebrates the return of his map of the Grand Line and Nami joining his crew. During the celebrations, Nami begins to plan her next move. She will make all the pirates drunk to make clearing them out easier, as she has a bigger drinking capacity than them. Luffy, seeing the other pirates celebrating, wants to join in the fun too, and Nami comes over to tease him about his current situation. However, she ends up feeding Luffy and tells him that his fate as a prisoner would end once her plans work. Buggy suddenly appears behind her to proclaim that Luffy should die. As a demonstration, he levels a street of buildings with his cannon and a buggy ball. Buggy reveals that he plans to use his devil fruit powers along with his cannons to conquer the Grand Line. Buggy then orders Nami to fire the cannon at Luffy to prove her loyalty to him. Nami hesitates to fire the cannon, as she had not planned to kill anyone, and even tries to revert Buggy's attention back to the party without success. Luffy points out Nami is trembling and lacks the oath a pirate has to make. Nami wonders if such a big oath is to kill people like insects, To which Luffy replies, it is the capacity to risk one's own life. When Nami does not lit the fuse on the cannon, one of Buggy's crew steps in to light it anyway, and Nami hits him away with her staff. She claimed that no matter what she does not want to become a cruel pirate because pirates killed the most important person in her life. While Nami is talking to Buggy, Luffy suddenly notices the fuse is lit. He tries to eat the cage in desperation to get out. As the fuse burns, Nami finds herself under attack by the Buggy pirates. Nami tries to swing her staff at the pirates, who easily dodge her attack while Luffy continues to try and eat his way out of the cage. Nami quits defending herself from Buggy's crew and puts out the fuse with her bare hands. Suddenly, Zoro appears and saves Nami, having found Luffy at last. Buggy approaches Zoro, asking him if he came for Buggy's head. Zoro explains he is no longer a pirate hunter, but Buggy reveals interest in defeating Zoro to become more famous. Buggy attacks Zoro, who accepts the challenge and cuts Buggy into pieces. To the shock of Luffy and Nami, Buggy's crew simply laughs. Chapter 11 is titled Flight. Zoro stands seemingly victorious after slicing up Buggy. However, as he goes to free Luffy from his cage, Buggy's crew starts laughing. Nami questions to herself why the crew is doing so when Zoro suddenly finds himself struck in the side by a hand holding a knife. Buggy floats behind Zoro as he finds himself fighting the hand and boasts about his devil fruit powers, the Bara Bara no Mi. Buggy sees he missed Zoro's vital parts, but Zoro is still injured and finds that he needs rescuing even though he had initially come to rescue Luffy. While Nami is simply shocked about the whole thing, Luffy calls Buggy Big Nose while claiming he is a jerk for striking Zoro in the back. Buggy gets angry and sends his hand out again, this time to kill Luffy. However, Luffy grasps the knife between his teeth. As Luffy claims he will finish Buggy, Buggy and his crew laugh. Luffy tells Zoro to escape, but Nami does not understand. Zoro, however, gets the idea of what Luffy is going to do. Zoro attempts to escape, but Buggy launches his Bara Bara no Hoi. Zoro heads for the cannon and turns it over to face Buggy and his crew. Nami lights the fuse, and the cannon fires at the Buggy pirates, destroying part of the rooftop they're in. Zoro asks who Nami is, and while she says she is just a thief, Luffy tells him she is their navigator. Nami defies Luffy's statement and follows behind them. While Buggy's crew is down for the count, Zoro goes to Luffy and, ignoring the request to find a way to open the cage, he grabs it and makes a break for it before Buggy fully recovers. Buggy's crew begins to find their bearings and find all three of them gone, as well as the key to Luffy's cage. Buggy's crew starts to search the town, but Zoro and Luffy are on a rooftop. Furious, Buggy declares war on them. Chapter 10 is titled Dog. Buggy gloats about his reputation as a pirate in front of his crew. He orders them to find Luffy, Nami, and Zoro, no matter what. Moji arrives riding Richie and asks Buggy if he could take Zoro out. Buggy replies that he does not mind. Elsewhere, Zoro is still carrying Luffy in a cage. Suddenly, he collapses to the ground out of exhaustion. The pair notice there is a dog sitting, staring at them. Luffy comments about how the dog is sitting so still that you cannot tell if he is real or not, before provoking the dog into biting him when he pokes him in the head. Nami shows up and explains to them that they will likely be found if they remain in the middle of the road. Nami throws a key to the cage in front of Luffy, but before he can grab it, the dog eats the key. Luffy attempts to strangle the dog in anger. The mayor of the town Boodle shows up, demanding that they stop hurting the dog, Chow Chow. Boodle takes them to his house to rest and explains why the dog is sitting where he is. He feeds him every day and he is guarding his owner's pet store. 10 years ago, the mayor's friend and Chow Chow's owner opened the store. Chow Chow's owner went into hospital 3 months ago and never returned, leaving Chow Chow behind to guard the store. Chow Chow is covered in wounds from fighting the pirates. He is aware his owner will not be coming back, but he still guards the store because it is his treasure. Boodle talks about leaving the dog and moving away, but he admits he has changed his mind many times. Just then, they hear the roar of Richie the lion. Boodle and Nami run away, leaving Choo Choo, Luffy, and Zoro behind. When Moji and Richie arrive, they find Luffy still in his cage. Luffy mocks Moji's hairstyle, provoking him. Moji boasts about being such a good animal trainer that every animal follows his orders, but Chow Chow bites him anyway. When Richie pounces on the cage to finish Luffy, he frees Luffy instead. As the pair prepare to leave, not noticing that Luffy is still alive, Richie smells the food inside the pet store, and Moji tells Richie that he can eat the food. Chapter 13 is titled Treasure. After surviving an attack from Richie, Boodle and Nami struggle to believe Luffy could have lived. The mayor demands to know why Luffy is in Orange Town, and Luffy replies it's to acquire the map of the Grand Line and a navigator. Meanwhile, Richie and Moji approach the pet store, only to find out Chow Chow will not allow them inside. Chow Chow fights the lion, but even though he loses, he will not surrender his treasure and the memory of his owner. As Luffy walks over to find Zoro, Moji is angry over the dog as it bit him. But as Luffy approaches the pet store, he finds it ablaze, with Chow Chow barking at the loss of his greatest treasure. Returning from the store, Moji and his lion come across Luffy standing in the way. They cannot believe he is still alive and fail to understand what Luffy means by saying that he is a rubber man. Moji sends Richie to attack. However, to his shock and horror, Luffy stops it with an attack. Moji is astonished that Luffy has a devil fruit, like his captain Buggy. Moji begs for mercy, but Luffy explains he is not the one Moji must say sorry to. Luffy stretches his arms to grab Moji and throws him headfirst to the ground. Nami and the mayor return to Chow Chow store's ruins. Nami expresses a strong dislike for all pirates for what has happened. When Luffy shows up, she takes her dislike for pirates out on him, but Boodle holds her back, preventing her from striking Luffy, although he states she could not kill him even if she tried. Luffy places a bag of pet food in front of Choo Choo. Even though the bag of food is all that is left of the store, Choo Choo is grateful to Luffy for what he has done. Nami is left wondering why Luffy did something so unlike a pirate. Meanwhile, Buggy gives the order to repair the buggy balls as he is ready to wipe the town out. Chapter 14 is titled Reckless. Moji reports back to Buggy. Despite being afraid to tell Buggy about his failure, he feels he must warn him. However, he faints while he is warning him. The crew cannot make out what Moji was trying to say, but Buggy becomes aware that he is facing a tough man and orders his men to hurry up the preparation of the buggy balls. Outside the town, Choo Choo arrives at the camp the townsfolk are staying at, injured but safe to everyone's relief. Since Boodle failed to return with the dog, they are now worried. Back in the town, Nami has changed her mind about Luffy being a pirate. The mayor gets frustrated at the pirates in the town because while Choo Choo and Luffy fought hard, he stood back and did nothing. The mayor tells Luffy and Nami how only 40 years ago the land was nothing but bare earth, and how the people moved here to forget all about the pirates that had previously done them wrong. The mayor declares the town is his treasure. At that moment, Buggy launches a buggy ball that hits the mayor's house where Zoro was sleeping, making everyone fly from the ball's incredible damage. Luffy and the mayor go crazy because Zoro is in the house, but Zoro simply gets up out of the rubble, awake and relatively unharmed. The mayor is in shock as his life's work is torn apart, and he cannot sit by while this is happening. Nami tries to calm him down, but the mayor is too upset about what is happening. As the mayor runs off, Luffy ensures Nami he will not let him die. Luffy asks Nami to join him, but Nami declares she will not become a pirate. However, she will help Luffy in exchange for any treasure they find. As Buggy has a second shot readied, the mayor shows up and stands in the way. He makes a stand against the pirates as elsewhere, Luffy, Zoro, and Nami make their way to Buggy. Chapter 15 is titled Gong. Boodle challenges Buggy over the matter of the town. While the crew laugh, Kabaji, Buggy's staff, offers to deal with the mayor himself and leaps into the air to strike him down. Buggy steps in and tells Kabaji to back off, as the mayor challenged him directly. Boodle's claim that the town is his treasure amuses Buggy, who only views gold and silver as treasure. Buggy splits his right arm off and sends it flying towards the mayor, grabbing him by the throat and lifting him off the ground. Trying to get Buggy off him, Boodle strikes at his throat where the hand is holding it. He struggles for air while Buggy gloats that after this town, he plans on heading out into the Grand Line and stealing all the treasure there. Boodle's efforts amuse him, but Luffy appears in time to save the man and pulls the hand off Boodle's neck. Buggy reattaches his hand as Nami tells Zoro and Luffy to fight, while she grabs the Grand Line map and any treasure she can find nearby. The mayor is displeased about seeing Luffy and the others, as he wanted to fight Buggy on his own. Luffy, however, renders the mayor unconscious with a punch, much to Nami's shock, in order to make sure he is safe and does not get in the way. Luffy then calls out to Buggy, shouting, "Hey, Big Nose," to provoke him, because of his reputation of overreacting to anything related to his nose. Buggy's crew, Zoro, and Nami are all horrified. Buggy then demands that his crew load another buggy ball into the cannon, while Zoro and Nami flee for cover. Launching the powerful cannonball towards Luffy, the rubber man blows himself up like a balloon and shoots the cannonball straight back at the buggy pirates. Chapter 16 is titled Versus the Buggy Pirate Crew. Nami demands that Luffy explains more about who he is because she does not understand how he survived an attack from Richie. She also asks how he inflated himself, to which Luffy responds with the attack's name, much to Nami's dismay. Buggy and Kabaji rise after having survived the attack from the reflected buggy ball, doing so by using other crew members as shields. Kabaji remarks that their current situation is the biggest humiliation their crew has ever received under their flag. Moji regains consciousness and becomes upset at Kabaji because Kabaji is holding an unconscious Richie. Kabaji tells Moji that he used Richie as a shield so that his clothes would not get dirty. As Moji goes over to check on Richie, he notices that Luffy is present. Moji warns his captain that he should be careful of Luffy, explaining that Luffy has eaten a devil fruit like Buggy, and he is made of rubber. Nami, shocked, turns to Luffy, who demonstrates his power by stretching his cheeks out. Buggy realizes that this is how Luffy reflected the buggy ball and loses his temper with Moji for not telling him about Luffy's powers sooner. Moji is thrown by Buggy towards Luffy, who in turn slams him into a nearby wall and remarks that the fight has begun. Kabaji, now on his unicycle, attacks Luffy, but Zoro intercepts the attack. Zoro remarks that if anyone is fighting with swords, he will be their opponent, and Kabaji replies that it would be an honor as a swordsman to kill Zoro. Luffy notices that Zoro is struggling by his wound from his earlier encounter with Buggy, and suggests that he should fight Kabaji while Zoro rests. Kabaji also notices the wound and begins to attack Zoro using a fire-breathing trick, although Zoro evades the attack. Kabaji uses the opportunity to kick the wound, and Zoro falls to the ground in agony. Kabaji uses another trick to cause a dust storm to blind Zoro and strikes again. Zoro blocks the attack, but once again, Kabaji kicks him directly in the wound, and Zoro once again collapses in agony. Kabaji mocks Zoro, saying that it is pathetic to see a grown man on the ground, and that it was a mistake for Zoro to make an enemy out of their crew. Nami decides that Zoro should never have started fighting, and begs Luffy to interfere. However, Luffy does nothing. Kabaji launches into the final attack, but Zoro gets up and knocks him aside. Zoro asks if Kabaji enjoys hitting his wound before cutting himself again in the same spot. He declares his goal is to be the world's greatest swordsman and asks Kabaji if these additional wounds will satisfy him. Zoro then promises to show Kabaji the true difference in power levels between them, which leaves Luffy impressed. Chapter 17 is titled Character. Luffy cheers on Zoro while Nami points out how he looks like he's about to collapse after wounding himself on purpose. Zoro swears that he will not be defeated by another swordsman. Kabaji notes Zoro's determination but adds that Zoro can use his wounds as an excuse once he has lost the fight. Zoro responds by claiming if he loses in this condition, then his fate is obvious and he will never be the world's greatest swordsman. Nami whispers her plan to Luffy, while Buggy and Kabaji are distracted and the rest of Buggy's crew is unconscious. They will continue fighting while she steals Buggy's treasure from a warehouse. She expects the Grand Line map is still in Buggy's possession, not with the rest of the treasure, and says that after she gets the treasure, she will escape. She reasons that whether or not Luffy and Zoro win their fight does not depend on her, so she can escape without causing any problems. And if Luffy wins the fight and gets the map, then they can cooperate again before she leaves. As the fight between Zoro and Kabaji rages on, Kabaji begins what he calls his best trick. After launching several tops at Zoro, he rides his unicycle up a wall and leaps high into the air to prepare a downward strike. Zoro manages to deflect all of the tops, but Buggy launches his hand with his devil fruit powers to grab Zoro, so that he cannot avoid Kabaji's attack. Luffy intervenes by stepping on Buggy's hand before he can grab Zoro. While Buggy recoils in pain, Luffy tells him that he shouldn't interfere with Zoro's fight. Kabaji continues to go for his attack even without his captain's help. Zoro dodges, but becomes exhausted due to the strain of his wounds and says that he is tired. Kabaji interrupts to insult him before being thrown from his unicycle by Zoro. Zoro then finishes his statement, saying that he is tired of fighting an opponent with such pitiful skills. Kabaji tries to retaliate with one final strike against Zoro, but Zoro uses his onigiri attack to finish off Kabaji. As Kabaji falls, he admits that it is shameful to be defeated by a common thief. Zoro collapses from exhaustion as he declares himself to be a pirate, telling Luffy that he is going to sleep. Luffy promises Zoro that he will finish things off. Buggy is shocked to learn that Luffy and Zoro are pirates. Luffy demands that Buggy should hand over the Grand Line map, but Buggy responds that the Grand Line is not a place where nobodies like Luffy can go as they please, and asks Luffy what he intends to do there. Luffy responds that he is going to be the king of the pirates, stunning Buggy before he also declares that he will be the Pirate King. Luffy says that they should stop talking and begin their fight, but as they prepare to fight, Buggy remarks that Luffy's hat reminds him of a red-haired man he once knew. Chapter 18 is titled The Pirate Buggy the Clown. Buggy confirms the red hair he mentioned was Shanks. Luffy demands he tell him where Shanks is. Buggy implies he may know where Shanks is, but Luffy calls him an idiot for the way he said it. Buggy loses his temper, asking him if he can reflect knives, only for Luffy to automatically confirm he cannot. With that, Buggy attacks, and Luffy jumps to avoid him. Seeing Luffy in the air, Buggy points out that Luffy is now helpless as he cannot fly like Buggy. However, when he attacks, Luffy stretches his arm to a lamppost and pulls himself out of the way. As Buggy's attacks fly past, Luffy throws a long punch at Buggy, who dodges and tells Luffy that his power is also his weakness, and that he has now left himself open. He fails to notice that Luffy's punch has kept going, and that he has got hold of a window's ledge. He uses the ledge to launch himself into another attack, which Buggy dodges. Luffy crashes into the ruins of a house behind him. After stealing the treasure, Nami watches the fight from a distance. Some of Buggy's crew decide to pretend to still be unconscious, rather than risk being killed if they get involved in the fight. Buggy launches another attack, sending out his arm holding 3 knives. Luffy grabs it, but Buggy separates his hand from the attacking arm to land the strike anyway. Luffy dodges, but is struck in the side of the face by one of the knives. The blow then pierces Luffy's straw hat. Buggy mocks Luffy, thinking he is upset by his face being cut. Luffy reveals that he is instead angry because that last attack damaged his hat. Seeing Luffy call the hat his treasure, Buggy pulls his hand back towards him, with the hat run through by his knives. As Buggy holds the hat up, Luffy remembers the promise he made on the hat and runs after it. When he hears Luffy saying the hat belonged to Shanks, Buggy throws it to the ground and explains he was once friends with Shanks. After Buggy spits on the hat, Luffy refuses to hear Buggy compare himself to Shanks and throws a furious punch. Buggy separates his head while laughing, but Luffy instead hits him in the stomach. Chapter 19 is titled Devil Fruit. Luffy is still mad that Buggy said Shanks was his friend, but Buggy insists he can say what he wants about the pirate. Buggy begins to separate his body, but Luffy hits him to stop him. The Buggy pirates lying on the ground cannot believe their captain is losing. Nami suddenly realizes she is caught up in watching the fight. Back at the camp outside the villagers are now worried about their mayor. When Poro decides to head into town to find him, he is supported by the others, and they all go. Buggy claims Shanks is the one person who has angered him the most over the years. He has a flashback about their time as fellow pirates. Shanks and Buggy are fighting on a pirate ship about whether the North Pole or South Pole is colder. An unarmed senior member of the crew steps in and stops their fight by banging their heads together, telling them if they really want to find to prove which is colder, then they should go and find out themselves. A lookout tells the crew that there is an approaching vessel, and they prepare themselves for a fight. Buggy is delighted by the thought of getting some treasure from the ship, but Shanks replies there is more to being a pirate than treasure, despite what Buggy thinks. During the fight, Buggy finds a treasure map to an underwater treasure hoard. Buggy hides the map so he can claim the treasure himself. Later that night, Shanks leaves a wild party on the ship to ask Buggy why he is not joining in, and explains they found a rare treasure on the enemy ship. Buggy shows signs of guilt, leaving Shanks wondering what Buggy is concealing. Since Buggy is convinced his plan will succeed, he discusses his future with Shanks and talks about leaving the ship. Shanks says he might also leave, find a crew, and travel around the world as a pirate. Buggy mocks his ideas, telling Shanks he's too naive and innocent to ever make it as a pirate, and that if it wasn't for his crazy ideas, he would have him on his crew. Shanks declines on the grounds that their views are too different, and they agree if they ever meet on the sea, they will fight to the end. Shanks reveals that the party was because they had found a devil fruit. After telling Buggy the powers and value of the fruit, Buggy makes up his mind to eat it the next day. In front of the entire crew, he swallows the devil fruit whole. He tells the others the fruit had no effect on him, and they all dismiss the stories they've heard about the devil fruits. Unknown to them, Buggy had already switched the fruit with a fake and plans to sell it. That night, Buggy plans to leave the crew and begin his dream of becoming a pirate. Shanks surprises him by appearing suddenly. In desperation, he hides the devil fruit in his mouth and the map in his jacket. Buggy manages to get Shanks to leave, but as he lets out a sigh of relief, Shanks once again pops up behind him, startling Buggy and causing him to swallow the devil fruit. Buggy is in complete shock at what he has done, but before he could finish yelling at Shanks, Shanks points out a fluttering piece of paper heading over the side of the ship. Buggy realizes this is his map and leaps after it. As he lands in the water, he discovers the story about the sea turning against devil fruit users is true, and he is unable to swim. Up on the ship, the crew gathers, wondering why Buggy has not come up yet since he is a good swimmer, and Shanks eventually dives into the water after him. After hearing Buggy's story, Luffy is relieved to hear Shanks saved Buggy's life. This infuriates Buggy, as his plans were set back 10 years due to losing the devil fruit. Buggy notices Nami with a stolen treasure and launches the upper half of his body at her. Chapter 20 is titled The Way of the Thief. Nami is being chased by Buggy's top half for stealing his treasure. Just as he is about to reach her, Luffy notices that his lower half has not moved at all and kicks him between the legs. As Buggy hits the ground in pain, Luffy reminds him who he is fighting. Luffy tells Nami to abandon her treasures and run, but Nami refuses, claiming that since she stole it, the treasure is now hers. Buggy gets angry upon hearing this, but Nami reasons that she hasn't done anything bad enough to be told off by a pirate. Buggy separates himself further, launching parts of himself at Nami. Luffy notices that his feet cannot fly and picks one of them up. As Buggy continues to chase Nami, Luffy tickles his foot and hits it on the ground, causing Buggy pain and discomfort and distracting him from attacking Nami. Nami swings the bag of treasures around to strike Buggy, but Buggy grabs the bag. With both of them refusing to let go, Buggy attempts to strike Nami with his knives. As he is poised to attack, Luffy kicks him in the head, knocking him into the bag and ripping it. With Buggy momentarily incapacitated, Luffy grabs the map of the Grand Line and attempts to reform his body, but he realizes that he is only assembled with his hands, feet, and head, since Nami has tied up the rest of his body parts. With Buggy realizing that he is defeated, Luffy lands a blow and sends him into the sky. Chapter 21 is titled Town. Luffy, having beaten Buggy, begins to leave the city with Zoro and Nami. Nami splits the loot into 2 bags, one for Luffy and one for herself. When the villagers arrive, they find Boodle unconscious, and Luffy admits that he knocked him out. The villagers then ask if they are pirates, and Luffy cheerfully says he is, angering them and causing them to give chase. While the crew is running away, Luffy says that it must be a very good town, because they were prepared to fight pirates to protect a single person. But he also mentions that no matter what the villagers say, they are not going to stop. On the way, they encounter Chocho, who protects Luffy and the others. They reason that this is to pay back the debt of Luffy avenging the destruction of his owner's shop, as he refuses to let the villagers pass. Near the boat, they encounter 3 of Buggy's crew, who Nami stole a boat from previously, and who Zoro beat up afterwards. Luffy, carrying a worn-out Zoro on his shoulders, is stopped by one of the pirates, who taps Zoro on the head, saying that he should not be a coward and should show his face. When Zoro lifts his head up and glares at them, the 3 pirates run away in fear. Meanwhile, the mayor wakes up and finds the townspeople around him. They tell him that they have chased Luffy and the rest out of town. As they curse the pirates, he gets angry, saying that he is the only one allowed to insult them. He rushes to the harbor to thank the crew. As the boat leaves, Luffy says he left his bag of treasure back at the harbor to help them rebuild. Out of rage, Nami threatens to drown him in the sea, calling him an idiot. Chapter 22 is titled, You're the Rare Breed. Nami fixes Luffy's straw hat after Buggy damaged it previously, much to his delight. Despite her warnings, he pokes the hat and puts a hole in it, causing Nami to stab him in the forehead with her sewing needle. Zoro wakes up due to the noise and starts asking for food. Nami spots an island in the distance, and Luffy directs the ship towards the island as fast as possible in hopes of food. The crew lands to find the island is deserted and covered in forest. Luffy calls to Zoro, but since he is asleep, he and Nami go exploring without him. They find a dog-chicken hybrid creature, then a snake, rabbit, and a pig-lion. Suddenly, a voice booms out a warning for them to leave before the curse of the island affects them, and that they will die. Nami and Luffy call the Guardian's bluff, and Luffy is shot by a bullet. After bouncing the bullet back using his Devil Fruit ability, Luffy and Nami follow the direction of the shot and find a strange object resembling a chest with hair on top. When they examine it, the strange object moves and runs away, but it trips and falls over, revealing a person inside it. Gaiman introduces himself, revealing he has been stuck in a treasure chest for 20 years and has not spoken to another human being in all that time. Luffy attempts to pull Gaiman out, but Gaiman claims his body will fall apart if he leaves the chest, because it has become molded to fit over the years. Gaiman explains he used to be a pirate and is happy to meet others who are pirates. As Luffy and Gaiman talk, the Grand Line is mentioned, and they show Gaiman the map they have. Unfortunately, Gaiman lacks any specific knowledge and cannot tell them where the Grand Line is. Nami interrupts and explains the Grand Line to them. The world is separated into 2 parts, with one continent, the Red Line, separating the parts. The Grand Line further divides up the world, splitting it into 4 seas and the Grand Line itself. The only person to conquer the Grand Line was Gold Roger. Gaiman states the Grand Line is known as the Pirates' Graveyard, and that although he has seen pirates that returned from that area of sea, they were changed men who had lost the will to live. Gaiman goes on to explain the One Piece legend. In over 20 years, not one person has found the treasure left by Gold Roger at the end of the Grand Line. After hearing that it may not even be real, Nami has doubts about Luffy's goal. Gaiman tells the pair he cannot leave until his mind is set at ease about something. 20 years ago, Gaiman came to the island to find treasure with a pirate crew, but could not find the treasure anywhere. Gaiman, determined that there is treasure, wanders off to look further. He finds a hill the crew had looked around, but not on the summit. He climbs the hill and finds treasure chests in a dip on the top. Astonished to actually find the treasure, he fell down the hill into an empty chest his crew found earlier and fell unconscious. After he awoke, he was stuck inside the chest and found that the crew had sailed away without him. Realizing that he now has a claim to all the treasure, he attempts to go back to retrieve it, but as he is stuck in the chest, he cannot climb the hill to reach it. He returns to the shore to call to his crew, but they never returned. Gaiman explains that over the years, a few pirates have come to the island to find the treasure, and Gaiman has scared them off with his threats of a curse. Nami and Luffy agree to get the treasures for Gaiman, as they rightfully belong to him for guarding them so long. As they approach the hill, Gaiman gets excited that the treasure he has desired for so long is finally within his reach. Luffy finds 5 chests on top of the hill, but refuses to throw them down. Nami is furious, but Gaiman guesses what's wrong. After 20 years of guarding them, the treasure chests are revealed to be empty, looted before Gaiman ever set foot on the island. Tearfully, Gaiman thanks Luffy and Nami for their kindness, despite learning the fate of the treasure. Even though Gaiman is upset, Luffy lightens him up by saying that in another 20 years, Gaiman might have died without knowing the treasure was gone. He then offers him the chance to join his crew and find One Piece. But Gaiman declines. As Nami and Luffy leave, he explains that he already has another treasure to protect. Most of the people who come up to the island are poachers, trying to kill the strange animals on the island. After guarding the treasure for 20 years, he feels attached to them, and despite not having the treasure, he can live happily protecting the island. Luffy promises to leave and find One Piece someday. Chapter 23 is titled, Captain Usopp Appears. The chapter starts with Nami scolding Luffy for being reckless and ill-prepared for the Grand Line. While Luffy and Zoro say the only important things they need are food and alcohol, Nami begins to plan their future. She tells them they need to head south to a nearby island to get a ship and supplies. On an island, Usopp stands looking out to sea. He dashes into his village and begins shouting, "The pirates are coming!" But as he runs further, he announces that he was lying. The villagers begin to chase him and throw objects, but he outruns them all. As the villagers lose sight of him and wonder where he went, he laughs and brags to himself that they were tricked once again. As he rests back in the tree he was hiding in, Paimon and Ninjin show up. As they wonder where their fourth member is, Tamanji rushes up, saying that there are pirates approaching the island. The others accuse him of lying, but he claims the ship even has the flag of the buggy pirates on it. After hearing this, Usopp tries to make up excuses to run away, but the others see through it. When Tamanji mentions he could only see 3 pirates, Usopp changes his mind and prepares to repel the attackers. Luffy, Nami, and Zoro reach the island and land, unaware at first that Usopp and the others are watching them, but Zoro spots them. Paimon, Ninjin, and Tamanji run away, leaving Usopp alone. Usopp claims to be the toughest pirate of the village, with a vast army of followers. When Nami accuses him of lying, he accidentally admits to it. In trying to recover, he makes Luffy laugh, and he claims to be Usopp the Proud. At a restaurant, Luffy and the others dig into a meal. Usopp tells them that if they want a ship, they should try the mansion in town, where a sick young girl lives. Her parents died the year before, leaving all their fortune and servants to her, and making her incredibly wealthy. Nami says that they should move on to the next village and try there. Usopp offers to be their captain, but the Straw Hats refuse and keep eating, much to his despair. At the mansion, the young girl, Kaya, asks her butler, Klahadore, if she can meet Usopp. Chapter 24 is titled, Things That Can't Be Faked. Paimon, Ninjin, and Tamanji sneak across the town to the restaurant, where Zoro, Nami, and Luffy are eating. Afraid their captain is being held hostage, they approach with caution, until they simply barge in and find Usopp gone. Seeing Luffy eating meat scares them, and Zoro jokes about having just eaten their captain. After things settle down, the Usopp pirates work out that Usopp has gone off to visit the mansion where the sick girl lives. He apparently goes there every day to lie and tell her stories. At the mansion, Kalidor, the butler, explains to his mistress Kaya that he will not allow Usopp inside on account of his lying. He explains that it is his duty to see she is safe and well on behalf of her late father, and mentions there are 2 bodyguards on the front gate. Despite his efforts, as soon as Kalidor leaves, Usopp appears outside Kaya's window, claiming nothing could keep him away. Usopp goes on to tell her a story about landing on a giant goldfish's excrement and thinking it was an island, making her laugh. Back at the restaurant, the boys finish explaining to Luffy and the others why they like their captain, and Luffy announces they will go to the mansion, both to ask for a ship and to see Kaya. After they reach the mansion, Luffy climbs over the gate. After Merry tells Kalidor that there are intruders, he inquires about the bodyguards, and Merry says that they're having lunch. As Usopp finishes his story about feeding a giant goldfish to a tribe of dwarfs, Luffy and Usopp's pirates appear and greet him. Usopp tells Kaya that they've heard how great he is and want to join him, but Luffy promptly states that that's a lie. As Luffy asks Kaya for a big ship, Calidor appears and demands to know what they are doing. Calidor tells Luffy he will not get a ship and that they all need to leave. Calidor begins to insult Usopp because his father is a pirate, and that as far as he is concerned, all pirates are filthy. When he asks what Usopp wants from Kaya, money or otherwise, Kaya becomes upset. She screams at Calidor to stop, but the butler continues insulting Usopp, telling him to use one of his usual lies instead of admit to being the son of a pirate. Usopp loses his temper and punches Calidor for insulting his father, shouting that he is proud to be the son of a pirate. Chapter 25 is titled 800 Lies. Calidor continues to insult Usopp despite being knocked down, insisting although he is not a pirate, his father's blood still makes him resort to violence when he is insulted. The butler asked Usopp if he is only after Kaya's money, but before he lands another punch, Kaya begs Usopp to stop. As Usopp lets the butler go, Calidor warns him about never returning to the mansion, and Usopp angrily agrees. The Usopp pirates and Luffy insult Usopp for giving in so easily. As they are told to leave, the four try to go after the butler, but are held back by Zoro and Nami. In the mansion, Kaya refuses to eat her meal, miserably explaining she does not want it. Her butler insists she eat so as to not disappoint the chefs. Kaya tells him he should not have insulted Usopp, and Calidor explains that she should have faith in him since he has worked for her for 3 years after losing his job on the ship he worked for. He explains he could not bear to carry the burden of failing his former employer, Kaya's father, who saved his life. Near the village, Nami, Zoro, Ninjin, and Paimon are sitting on a fence, and Nami wonders where Luffy got to. When Zoro explains he went looking for Usopp, the members of Usopp's pirates explain Usopp will be at the coast. Tamanji is missing, but Ninjin and Paimon tell them he always goes away and comes back overreacting about something. Immediately afterwards, Tamanji runs towards them, shouting about a man walking backwards, only for the others to accuse him of lying. Shortly afterwards, the hypnotist Django shows up, walking backwards. Django is asked to show the 3 children his hypnotist tricks, but when he does, it results in both him and the Usopp pirates falling asleep. At the coast, Usopp sits alone on the cliff, staring out to sea. Luffy appears in front of him suddenly, hanging upside down out of the tree Usopp is sitting under. Luffy asks him if his father was called Yasopp, astonishing Usopp before he asks how he knew. Luffy explains how he met him when he was young, in Fuchsia Village. Yasopp was his favorite member of the Red Hair Pirates, and Luffy is sure he is still with Shanks even now. Usopp cannot believe his father is with Shanks. In a flashback to Luffy's youth when he met Shanks and his crew, Yasopp demonstrates his sharpshooting skills to Luffy by shooting an apple off a barrel. Later at the local bar, Yasopp begins to tell Luffy about his son his age. When Luffy has heard enough and is getting bored, a glass is placed on his head by Yasopp, who taps it. Yasopp stands up and calls to the other that the Jolly Roger had called him to piracy, with the rest of the crew responding by throwing their hands in the air in approval. Back in the present, Usopp explains he is proud of his father and he would gladly return to the mansion despite his pride, if the butler apologized. Luffy notices that Calidor is on the beach below them with another man, Django. Django confirms to the butler that the plan to murder the mansion owner is ready. Chapter 26 is titled Captain Kuro's Plan. Calidor asks Django to not mention the word murder and to stop calling him Captain Kuro. Usopp and Luffy spy on the pair, and Usopp suddenly remembers the name Captain Kuro. Usopp recalls he was a feared pirate who raided many towns and was finally put to death 3 years ago, after he was captured by the Marines. Django finds it amusing his captain declared he was bored with a pirate's life, made him captain, and secretly settled in the village. But so long as there is a reward, he is happy doing whatever Kuro asks of him. According to Kuro, all Django has to do is hypnotize Kaya to sign a will so he rightfully owns the mansion, because Calidor is not a member of the family and therefore cannot inherit her fortune otherwise. Once the task is done, he must then kill her without making it look like she was murdered. Django mocks his former captain, stating that if it was him, he would just invade the mansion and take the riches. However, Kuro reminds him that would make him a pirate again. Django mocks him once again for asking for a peaceful life when he plans to kill everyone to get Keiya's money. But Kuro states he did not expect some things, like Keiya's parents' death, as they died unexpectedly in an accident. As Usopp slowly comes around to the realization of what they are hearing, he has to contend with Luffy, who does not have a clue on what is going on. While he deals with thoughts related to the problem at hand, Luffy stands up and shouts to the pair below. While Usopp is horrified at what Luffy did, Usopp grabs him to hold him down before he is seen. But Kuro and Django look up the cliff and see the pair. All of a sudden, Django holds up his ring and begins to hypnotize the pair. While Usopp looks away in time, Luffy is clueless about the ring to do so. While Luffy has fallen asleep, so apparently has Django. Usopp yells to Luffy, but Luffy falls off the cliff, seemingly to his death. While Usopp yells about killing Luffy, Django asks if Usopp should be killed as well. But Kuro just states even if he tells the village, no one will believe Usopp on what he heard, due to Usopp's reputation as a liar. As he rushes to the village, he passes Nami, Zoro, and the other Usopp pirates. As Usopp enters the village and warns them, they think it is a prank again and are angry he has used the joke twice in one day. They tell him they have to punish him this time for lying as his joke has gone too far and that he is untrustworthy, telling him they would believe him if only he had been a trustworthy man like Calidor. Back at the coast, Kuro has gone to greet his men after 3 years away from them and ensure the plan in the morning. At the mansion, Kaya asks for Calidor. Another servant tells her he went to the next town. Back at the coast at the bottom of the cliff, Luffy is sound asleep. Chapter 27 is titled Plan. At the mansion, Kaya and a servant discuss the glasses they brought Calidor as an anniversary present from the next town. In the village, Usopp is having trouble convincing the other villagers that the pirates really are coming and ends up fleeing in fear. At the cliff, Luffy is awake. Nami, Zoro, and the other Usopp pirates are learning of the plan. Zoro questions why he was sleeping where he was. Luffy recalls being on the cliff before then. The Usopp pirates realize they have to get away before the pirates coming tomorrow while they still have the chance to and run off. Luffy is more concerned with buying food from the butcher's shop before he is killed. At the mansion, Usopp arrives to save Miss Kaya. He tries to explain Calidor is a pirate. Kaya does not believe Usopp and does not know what to make out of the story. As Kaya's other servants enter the room, Usopp is suddenly pounced upon by the 2 bodyguards out the front of the mansion. He struggles to break free. He knocks them out with his hand slingshot. Kaya beckons him to stop. She believes Usopp is not the person she once knew. As the villagers come by the mansion, Usopp grabs Kaya, only to be slapped in the face and forced to let go. Kaya says Usopp is the worst person she knows, and Usopp is forced to run when her servant gets a gun out and shoots at him despite Kaya's plea. Usopp is hit by a shot in the arm, but manages to escape with his life. When Usopp is gone, Kaya faints onto his chest. As he enters the village, Luffy and the others catch up with him. He hides his wound from them and tries to say it was a lie to get back at the butler. The Usopp pirates believe him. The 3 kids wander off home. Later that night, Usopp explains to Luffy, Nami, and Zoro that because he always lies, the villagers did not believe him. Since the villagers think Usopp is lying, Usopp decides he will make the lie become just that. Tomorrow he will wait for the pirates and face them off, so the villagers will think it was indeed a lie. The others announce they will help him fight the pirates, so he does not have to face them alone. Chapter 28 is titled Crescent Moon. Usopp, Nami, Zoro, and Luffy all agree to protect the village against Kuro and the Black Cat pirates. Usopp is scared and his knees shake despite claiming he is not. Usopp begins to make a plan. He asks Zoro, Luffy, and Nami what they can do, and they reply, slicing, stretching, and stealing respectively. Usopp adds his skill is hide. Inside the mansion, Calidor and Kaya's other servant discuss Usopp's actions of the day while Kaya sleeps soundly in her bed. Calidor finds the glasses that were supposed to be a present for him in the morning on their 3rd anniversary. They were specially made for him so he did not have to keep pushing his back up. As the other servant continues to talk, Calidor suddenly begins to talk strangely. He looks to the crescent moon and states it makes him wild. Before his eyes, Calidor smashes the glasses and looks devilishly at the other servant, stating his present will be the mansion. Calidor states that he no longer has to pretend, as there is only a few hours left. He pulls out his cat claws from a bag he is carrying and turns them on the servant. On board the ship of the Black Cat pirates, Django is awakened from his sleep to be told in a few hours they will have to go to work on the plan. Django leaves his quarters, walking backwards out of his cabin. Back at the coastline, Usopp and the others have now laid oil down the slope towards the village. As morning breaks, everyone readies for action, both on the coast and the pirate ship. At the mansion, Calidor enters the room where Kea is sleeping. Django and the crew arrive at the coastline leading to the village. At where Usopp and the others are, there are no pirates. Suddenly, Usopp remembers there is more than one port along the coastline, and they are at the wrong one. As panic breaks out, Usopp states the layout is the same, and the coast is only 3 minutes away from this one. Nami realizes their boats are parked at that one. As Luffy rushes off, Nami tries to follow, but her foot slides as she steps on the oil. As she slides, she grabs hold of Zoro and uses him to get off the oil. Leaving him behind, she rushes off to save her treasure. Zoro swears he will kill her, while everyone else rushes to the correct coast. Usopp arrives there quickly and shoots some of the pirates down. Zoro is still trapped on the slope, and Luffy is back at the village after going the wrong way. Chapter 29 is titled Hill Road. Usopp realizes he is in trouble, as he is the only one standing to face off against the Black Cat pirates. Django mistakes Usopp's lie about having a large number of pirates as the truth, much to the disbelief of the crew. The Black Cat pirates find a ship with treasure on it next to theirs. Usopp comments on how it's his treasure and tries to bribe them into leaving for it. But Django and the others just state they'll take it anyway and that they will not leave. As Django pulls out his ring to hypnotize Usopp, Nami shows up and bashes him on the head for trying to give them her treasure. Meanwhile, Django has put himself to sleep again. With no sign of Luffy, Nami tells Usopp to go fight the pirate while she supports him. As the Black Cats begin to advance forward, Usopp and Nami throw some caltrops at the pirates that Usopp brought along. Back at the other slope, Zoro lays on his back, tired from trying to get past the oil he slips down. Finally, he resorts to using his swords to climb up with. However, he faces his next problem. He does not know which direction is north. Meanwhile, Luffy is rushing around with no clue as to which direction is north either. Back at the slope, the caltrops are working and Usopp pulls out his slingshot to fire at the pirates. After taking out a few, Nami comments on how she thinks she will have a rest now, only to find some of the caltrops are behind them, which Usopp blames on her. As she turns around, she sights Usopp getting hit as the crew finally makes it up the slope. The crew pass him by. Usopp grabs the leg of the man who hit him, claiming he will make sure the next day is as peaceful as the last for the village. As a pirate goes to kill Usopp, Nami finally steps in and knocks him away, but in turn is knocked away also. Django orders the crew to just ignore the pair, as they must get to the village before Kuro's plan goes wrong, and Kuro kills them all. Usopp makes another attempt to stop the pirates. Suddenly, they are knocked away as Zoro and Luffy finally arrive. Chapter 30 is titled Great. On the mansion doorsteps, Kuro sits and he says the word, late. He pictures the other servant lying on the floor, injured, and the room cut up from his attack. He comments on if Django and the others are late, he would kill them, setting off to find out where they have gone. On the slope, Django stands behind his fallen crew. While Django is looking on in awe and commenting to his crew about being defeated by a bunch of kids, Zoro, Luffy, Nami, and Usopp argue. Django hypnotizes the crew into thinking that they are stronger than before, with one demonstrating this newfound strength by shattering the nearby cliff wall, sending them after Luffy and the others. However, it is revealed that Django also hypnotized Luffy at the same time, to Zoro's complete disbelief. Thrown into a hypnotized-induced rage, Luffy successfully knocks back the Black Cat pirates with his Gomi Gomi no Gatling gun. Proceeding to storm past the invading pirates, Luffy grabs the figurehead of their ship and tears it off, turning to face the pirates. Realizing Luffy's intent to whack the entire crew with it, Django quickly hypnotizes Luffy into falling asleep, causing the latter to drop the bow and crush himself and several pirates with it. The figurehead barely missed Django himself. With Luffy having defeated the crew, Nami, Zoro, and Usopp begin to celebrate only for Django to remind his crew that they will face Kuro's wrath if they fail. While Zoro ensures the others know Luffy is not dead, two new voices suddenly call from on board the ship as somebody notices the stern missing, and Django identifies them as the Naiban brothers. Back at the village, Kuro heads towards the north coast only for Tamanji to sight him, wondering why the butler would be walking around that early. Chapter 31 is titled Truth. At the mansion, Kaya has a nightmare where Usopp attempts to kill her for insulting his pirate blood. She goes looking around the mansion for Calidore, only to find her servant Mary laying on the floor. Mary manages to regain consciousness, however, he is too weak to get up. He tells Kaya about Calidore attacking and trying to kill him and how Usopp really was correct. Calidore really is a pirate. Kaya cries because the only one who knew the truth was chased away from the village while trying to protect it. More startling is the news from Mary that everyone else in the mansion is on vacation. Mary calms Kaya down since nothing has happened yet. Calidore is after treasure. Mary tells Kaya to just give him what he is after to protect her life so the village can stay safe. The Usopp pirates gather outside the village, commenting how they think their captain lied about lying about the pirates coming. Just then, they spot Miss Kaya heading out of town. Back at the coast, Zoro stands ready to fight whatever is coming up from the Black Cat pirates next. The Naiban brothers, Buchi and Sham, appear. The pair appear afraid to attack Zoro. Sham runs towards Zoro in a cowardly fashion. However, at the last second, Sham suddenly becomes confident and reveals he was faking his cowardice. The next thing, Zoro sees Sham standing there with two swords of his attached to his back. Chapter 32 is titled Disaster. Zoro demands Sham hand over his swords, but Sham refuses. Sham tosses Zoro's swords aside so he can fight Zoro, which annoys Zoro deeply. Zoro cuts Sham. Believing Sham is finished, Zoro heads for his swords, only to find Sham has survived on the account of the fact all Zoro managed to cut was his shirt, because Sham is really skinny. Buchi enters the fight as Sham holds Zoro against the ground. Zoro manages to toss Sham aside and barely dodge the attack. The ground breaks where Buchi impacts it. Zoro realizes that he has to fight with one sword against the pair, and there is nothing he can do. And he also notes if Buchi hits him with that technique, he will break every bone in his body. The pair strike at Zoro in a fury of cat scratches, and Zoro can only defend against the pair for now. Usopp fires his slingshot in an attempt to aid Zoro, but Zoro takes the damage, leaving himself to be hit by Buchi. Nami angrily tells Usopp off for his failed attempt, but Usopp says Zoro took the hit on purpose. Zoro yells at them that if they hit the pair, the Naiban brothers will go after them instead. Nami attempts to get Zoro's swords for him. However, as she approaches, so does Django, and he slashes her side with his ring. Suddenly, Django gets a bad feeling come over him, and the Naiban brothers both become incredibly frightened. On top of the slope stands Kuro. Kuro demands to know why dawn has passed and his plan is not in motion. Chapter 33 is titled The Silent Man. Kuro demands to know how the Black Cat pirates were beaten by a bunch of children. Django states it was Kuro himself that said Usopp would not be a problem, but Kuro just states that the Black Cats are weaker than he thought they were. Buchi and Sham cannot believe what they are hearing. They try to argue that while Kuro has been leading a peaceful existence in the village, they have been fighting hard against other pirates and plundering other villages, and that in 3 years they have gotten a lot stronger. They attempt to kill Kuro before he kills them, but to their horror, Kuro dodges the attack. He appears behind them, but when they turn to strike, he once again appears behind them again with his special weapons, the cat claws, pointing at the pair's throats. Django comments how, with those weapons, Kuro can move silently, and that Kuro's habit of lifting up his glasses still makes his hair stand on end. Kuro tells the Naiban brothers they have 5 minutes to kill them, or he will kill everyone. With renewed hope, the pair rush at Zoro. Nami kicks Zoro his swords, much to Zoro's annoyance. With all 3 swords in his hand, Zoro easily defeats the pair with a single move. Zoro points his sword at Kuro and states he is next. However, attention is drawn to Buchi, who still has survived Zoro's attack. Buchi demands that Django hypnotize him so he can continue fighting. While Zoro tackles the hypnotized Buchi, Nami makes an attempt to wake Luffy up. Django spots this and throws his ring at her. Chapter 34 is titled Calidore, the Butler. Trying to wake up Luffy, Nami just steps on his face as Django's weapon comes flying through the air towards her. Luffy wakes up, angry that Nami stepped on his face, and the ring goes into the back of his head. Kuro is angry because he thought Luffy was already dead. Luffy stops the ring from cutting deep into his skull by stomping his feet hard against the ground. To the horror of the Black Cat pirates, Luffy takes the ring out of his head and acts as if it was nothing, just saying that it hurt and he wants to know who threw it. The Black Cat pirates then realize there is no way they can beat him in the 5 minutes Kuro gave them. Luffy yells at Nami, thinking it was her who threw the ring, but then he sees her bleeding shoulder. Nami tells him to get the fight over and done with, that it is a battle they cannot afford to lose. Luffy's attention turns to Kuro. Kuro tells his former crew that they now have 3 minutes left to kill Luffy, Zoro, Nami, and Usopp. The crew state they know they cannot keep to such a short deadline, even with Django and Butchie at their aid. As Butchie is ordered to go after Zoro, while Django takes on Luffy, attention is drawn behind Kuro. Kaya has arrived to speak to Calidore. Usopp is horrified she came here. Kuro is surprised to see her here. Kaya explains Mary told her the truth. As Kuro speaks, Kaya begins to realize this is indeed not the Calidore she knew. She apologizes to Usopp for not believing him. Usopp is angry she did not run away, but Kaya asks him why he is fighting for the village when the other villagers ran him out of town. She then offers Kuro all her fortune if he leaves the village. Kuro steps in and explains it is not treasure alone he seeks, but also a peaceful life. For the past 3 years, he has built up a reputation with the villagers. He has created a peaceful life, and the incident involving his former crew and her will all be part of the scheme. Usopp tells Kaya to run, now that she has spoken to him, but instead, she pulls out a gun on him. Kaya demands him to leave. Kuro comments that she has become stronger over the last 3 years. He then recollects the events of the last 3 years with her, the things they did together, but then, as a change of tone, he calls the event stupid things, and tells her he has done everything for today, the day she dies. Kaya drops the gun as Kuro goes on about enduring the boring days in the past 3 years. Usopp is angry that Kuro is betraying Kaya's feelings. Usopp attempts to attack Kuro, but Kuro dodges the attack. As Kuro goes to strike Usopp, as revenge for hitting him earlier, Luffy intervenes. Luffy punches him and swears Kuro will have a bad day since he hates being punched. Chapter 35 is titled Neo Hill Road. The Black Cat pirates are amazed Luffy hit Zoro from down at the bottom of the slope. Although Kuro just lays there, his former crew are aware this silence means Kuro is angry now. Before anything else can happen, the rest of the Usopp pirates come running towards Kuro and hit him with various objects: a shovel, a baseball bat, and a frying pan. Ninjin, Tamanji, and Paimon are all angry that their captain Usopp came to fight without them. Usopp begs them to run away, but they only do so when Kuro suddenly appears behind them. Kuro walks past the boys and straight up to Usopp and kicks him hard. Then, ignoring Usopp, Kuro asks Luffy if he got his powers from a devil fruit. Luffy explains that he ate the Gummy Gummy no Mi, which made him like rubber. Django is amazed the rumors are true and that they do indeed exist. Kuro calls to Django, telling him to just deal with Kaya and the Usopp pirates while he deals with Luffy. Zoro makes an attempt to block Django's path to Kaya, but Butchie attacks. Butchie leaps into the air, but Zoro knows Butchie's trademark attack is about to hit him, and while it does not hit him, the attack is more powerful than ever. Kuro comments on how Butchie does not know his own strength. Butchie manages to pin Zoro against the walls of the slope. However, Zoro refuses to lose to someone he already defeated once before and pushes Butchie away from him. Django walks past Zoro, who is still being blocked by Butchie, and Usopp can only stare on as his body refuses to move. Usopp gives his Usopp pirates the most important task of all: protect Kaya and get her to a safe place. They escort Kaya into the forest, with Django close behind them, determined not to let them get away. As Django goes to throw his ring again, Usopp hits him with his slingshot. Django turns his attention to Usopp, but he is reminded he has a task to do by Kuro. Chapter 36 is titled After Them. Paimon asks the other Usopp pirates to look back to see if Django is following them as they escort Kaya through the forest. Just as they think they are safe, Django's ring comes flying out through the trees in their direction, barely missing them, but cutting up every tree they fly through. Django tells them he is prepared to destroy the whole forest in order to find them. The echoes of Django chasing after the others can be heard back at the coastline. Kuro tells Usopp he has no feelings for Miss Kaya, and if she does just happen to survive, he might thank her for being part of his scheme. As Usopp makes a break for it in order to aid Miss Kaya and the others, Bucci makes an attempt to once again get in the way, but Zoro once again blocks. This time, he wastes no time with him. As Usopp makes another break for it, he falls to the ground too weak to continue on, while Kuro laughs at his efforts. Usopp knows he cannot win, but is prepared to fight anyway. Bucci tosses Zoro aside again. The other Black Cat pirates mock Usopp and get a boulder thrown at them from Luffy. Zoro loses his temper at Bucci and finally makes the finishing strike against him. With Bucci out of the way, Zoro takes Usopp and heads out after Kaya and the others. Kuro attempts to prevent Zoro and Usopp from leaving, but Luffy sees to it that they are allowed to leave. Unfortunately, Kuro dodges the attack. Kuro then strikes back at Luffy, whom in turn strikes at him. Kuro now concentrates on Luffy only. Kuro asks Luffy why he fights for the village as an outsider. Luffy tells him there is someone in the village he won't let die. In the forest, Zoro's bad sense of direction is hindering his attempt to locate Kaya, even with Usopp's help. Elsewhere in the forest, Kaya is beginning to feel the height of her illness as the running around is bringing on her fever. The Usopp pirates urge her on, but she asks them to leave, which they refuse to. Django finally catches up with them. Chapter 37 is titled The Pirate Kuro of 100 Plans. The battle between Kuro and Luffy begins, and Luffy is unable to get an upper hand against Kuro as he is too quick and agile. After a few punches, Kuro lands on Luffy's arm and heads straight for him. Luffy gets a kick to the face for his efforts and is knocked away. The Black Cat pirates cheer Captain Kuro on, but Kuro reminds them that they should not be calling him that anymore. Kuro flashbacks to 3 years ago. On board his ship, where he has summoned Django, he announced his desire to give up being a pirate and told Django he could be captain. His crew informed him a marine ship had been spotted, which Kuro commented was the 3rd time this week. Django pointed out that after they defeat the Marines, they'll become more famous, which Kuro confirmed that Django is correct on that much, so he would stop being Kuro. When Django laughed since the Marines would chase him to death, Kuro announced he would kill himself. On deck, a crew member asked if he should fire the cannons. Kuro stated that he should just lower a small boat and then head towards the marine ship alone. When all was silent, the crew prepared the cannons, believing Kuro is dead. However, upon investigating the ship, they found Kuro had killed all the Marines on board himself. Kuro started his plan by approaching a Marine who happened to be alive and stepped on his jaw to break it. To Kuro's amazement, the Marine talked back even with a broken jaw. Since the Marine spoke back, Kuro announced he could be the one to take the great Captain Kuro back, alive. Dressing up a member of the crew to look like Kuro, Django hypnotized the unfortunate crew member into believing he was Kuro. Then the Marine was hypnotized into believing he had captured Kuro. The pair sail away and Kuro smiled as he watched, knowing soon the world would believe Kuro was dead and he could begin the rest of his plan. In the present, Kuro asks Luffy if now he knows what he wants. Kuro once again attacks Luffy. Luffy reacts by shoving a rock in one of Kuro's cat claws. Then he turns with the rock in his hands and snaps the claw's blades. Luffy then gives Kuro on how he should not be a pirate if he does not want the fame that follows with it. Luffy then goes on about his own plan to become Pirate King. Chapter 38 is titled Pirate Crew. On the coastline, Kuro lays flat on his chest after Luffy has broken one of his cat claws. He gets up, the Black Cat pirates encourage Kuro to kill Luffy and call his real name and not his fake name, which they remember that he told them not to call him Kuro. Kuro tells them to shut up. He already plans to kill the crew, including Django, once his plan is successful. Back in the forest, Django is having a hard time trying to hypnotize Kaya. She refuses to open her eyes. The Usopp pirates, minus Usopp, lay pretending to be asleep, having already been hypnotized themselves. When she refuses, he tries to force them open. The Usopp pirates then attack, throwing pepper in his eyes and kicking him in the groin. When Django recovers, Kaya and the others have departed. As Django wanders through the forest looking for them, they ambush him. Zoro and Usopp hear their voices in the forest and go to check out the noise. The Usopp pirates continue their attack on Django, who throws onion into a tree as he fights back. Back at the coastline, Kuro explains things would be more realistic if a few of the crew died here, and that he planned on not letting any of his crew live in the beginning. In order to wipe out the name of Kuro, not only must his plan succeed, but his crew must die also, so there is no one left who knows he is still alive. As Luffy speaks his mind about Kuro's ideas, Kuro says more about the opinions of his own crew, saying that in a true pirate fleet, all the members are pawns for the captain and should always follow orders no matter the sacrifice. Luffy states Kuro cannot beat Usopp even with the number of crew members he has. Kuro, humoured by the thought, asks why, to which Luffy replies it's the way Kuro thinks. After punching Kuro, Luffy then states that he does not know what being a true pirate is. After Luffy's hit and remark, Kuro tells Luffy he had insulted him and states he will show him about what being a pirate is. Kuro does a strange stance. Seeing it makes the other Black Cat pirates panic. They each beg him not to use that move, while a clueless Luffy watches on. On board the Black Cat pirate's ship, Nami with the crew's treasure watches, wondering if the fight is over. Suddenly the crew begins to be cut up, which Luffy cannot figure out how Kuro got past him so fast. The crew state that Kuro will not stop this technique until he grows tired, and there is no use trying to talk him out of it. Luffy is angered at the sight of Kuro cutting up his own crew, much to the amazement of Nami. Chapter 39 is titled, For Whom the Bell Tolls. Luffy and Nami are still watching as Kuro continues to cut up the other Black Cat pirates. Suddenly Luffy is wounded by Kuro, but he keeps his ground and grabs Kuro's jacket and throws him to the ground. Kuro mocks Luffy, saying he should have stood still so Kuro could kill him easier. And because Luffy stops him moving, his crew are still alive and suffering. Kuro goes to do his move again, but this time, Luffy grabs him and holds him tight. Kuro is unable to move. In the forest, Kaya agrees to sign the will if Django stops hurting the Usopp pirates. Django throws them against trees and turns to Kaya, who has his hypnotizing ring and threatens to kill herself with it if he does not do what she says. Django panics because if he does not get the will signed before her death, he is in trouble. While Kaya signs the will, the Usopp pirates pretend to be hurt. They discuss their options and agree that just because they're losing does not mean they can run away. With the will signed, Django now prepares himself to kill Kaya. Zoro and Usopp spot them. Zoro tosses Usopp aside to stop Django. As Django goes in for the kill, the Usopp pirates ram a shovel between the cheeks of his rear. Angrily, he kicks them aside and goes to kill Kaya, stating to Zoro he is too late to save her. But Zoro states it wasn't his goal to do so. He cuts some branches, blocking a clear shot of Django from Usopp. With the branches out of the way, Usopp now can fire a clear shot at Django with his slingshot. Back at the coastline, Kuro's crew cheer Luffy on. Luffy throws his head back and stretches his neck far enough back to tell the Black Cat pirates to stop cheering for him. Kuro, in shock, just keeps on about how his plan will not fail. Django is hit by Usopp's slingshot, and at the same moment, Kuro also falls as Luffy pulls his head back and rams it into Kuro. Chapter 40 is titled The Usopp Pirates. Kuro falls to the ground with Luffy still holding on to him. The Black Cat pirates are amazed Luffy was able to do so and cannot understand how. They demand to know who he is. Luffy explains he will never lose to a pirate who leaves the sea behind, and that a pirate only leaves his name when he dies. Luffy tells them he will become the greatest pirate in the world. Luffy tosses Kuro at the pirates and tells them to leave and never come back again. And all the crew members run away. Luffy collapses and Nami catches him. With the crew rushing to get away, Nami talks about pirates. In the forest, Zoro ties his bandana around his arm and walks through the forest away from the defeated Django. Elsewhere in the forest, Usopp has a chat with his Usopp pirates and Kaya. He asks them to keep the event a secret from the rest of the village, even with pleas from all. He explains he is a liar. No one would believe them anyway. Usopp explains there will be no other pirate attacks. That life must continue on as normal, with no one worrying over the possibility of what can happen. Everyone promises to keep the event a secret for the rest of their lives. Back in the village, 7 o'clock passes and everyone notices something is missing, as Usopp has not done his usual antics. Paimon, Ninjin, and Temujin return home and get scolded by their parents for one thing or another related to the events of Kuro's plan. At the coastline, Usopp thanks all the Straw Hat Pirates. Back to the mansion, Kay attends to Merry's wounds and tells him about her promise. Elsewhere, near a cliff, Usopp calls together his Usopp Pirates and speaks to them. Usopp declares he will leave the island and become a real pirate, to which the others are shocked. He recalls the day he met them. He asks them to chase their dreams, and with a tearful farewell between all 4 members, the Usopp Pirates are declared defunct. Chapter 41 is titled To the Sea. After a hard battle, Nami, Luffy, and Zoro are seen eating in a local restaurant. Suddenly, Kaya enters and asks if she can have a word with them. Elsewhere, Usopp sits at home after packing his bag. He states it's time to leave his home. However, he packed his bag with so much stuff he cannot get out the door. He rolls away after breaking the door, getting out. After rolling away from his house, he smiles and collects his things up again. Elsewhere, Merry and Kaya show the Straw Hat Pirates the ship they intended to give them, the Going Merry. Nami comments on it being a caravel. Merry explains that he designed the Merry and explains its rudder system, which Nami interrupts and says to just explain it to her. Kaya mentions she stocked up the Going Merry with the necessary food, which Luffy thanks her for. Zoro, however, tells him off when he gets his thanks wrong. Everyone's attention is drawn towards Usopp, who is rolling down the slope. Luffy and Zoro stop him using their feet before he hits the ship. When Usopp says he will head out to sea and meet them someday, Luffy and Zoro tell him to just shut up and get on board the ship with them as captain, which Luffy instantly states is his job. Ninjin, Tamanji, and Paimon watch them leave, taking their former captain with them. They are happy that, although Usopp always lived alone, he is surrounded by strong people now. Paimon has an idea suddenly. Elsewhere, also watching them leave, Merry and Kaya talk. Merry tells Kaya of Usopp's past. When Usopp was young, his father, Yasopp, left to become a pirate, leaving behind his wife and child, Usopp. His mother fell sick, and the day before her death, Usopp ran through the village calling that the pirates are coming. His father was returning to take them away. She knew he was lying, but stated she was proud she had married him and happy he left to pursue his dream, and believed that one day he would become as strong as his father. Usopp cried, trying to stop her from talking as though she was about to die. After his mother's death, Usopp was then alone, but he continued to call, "The pirates are coming," even though he had no need to. Merry stated Kaya needs to continue on and be strong so she does not suffer as he used to, as a repayment to him for saving her. As the crew of the Straw Hat Pirates celebrate a new member and ship. Back in the village, the 3 former Usopp pirates prepare themselves. As they call, "The pirates are coming," Kaya tells Merry she wants to become a doctor someday. Chapter 42 is titled Yusaki and Johnny. On the Going Merry, Luffy displays his concept for the crew's Jolly Roger, a straw hat skull and crossbones. His art skill is terribly lacking, so Usopp decides to show off his artistic ability. After his personal mark is shot down by Luffy and Zoro, the crew and Nami paint the improved straw hat emblem on the sails. After this, Luffy tries to hit a large rock in the sea with one of the ship's cannons, missing each time. Usopp displays his marksmanship, blasting the rock to pieces before quickly being named as the crew's sniper. In the kitchen, a serious discussion is underway. There is one more position to be filled, something very important for a long voyage. Luffy agrees and decides that it is time to search for a musician. While the rest of the crew berates Luffy for his lack of vision, a mysterious attacker calls them out. After quickly defeating the swordsman, Zoro is treated to a surprise. It is his old partner, Johnny. Johnny's partner, Yosaki, had become gravely ill. Unsure what to do, Johnny went to a rock in the ocean to think, the same one Luffy and Usopp used for target practice. Johnny thinks Yasaki is going to die, but Nami assures him it is just scurvy and has Luffy and Usopp feed Yasaki some fresh limes. After recovering, Johnny and Yasaki formally introduce themselves to the crew. The Straw Hats and Nami decide that they definitely need a cook, and Johnny knows of one good place to look. A few days sailing from their current position is a very special restaurant near the Grand Line, a floating restaurant. Chapter 43 is titled Introducing Sanji. As the crew approaches the Baratai, a floating restaurant shaped like a fish, the marine Iron Fist Fullbody appears to be entertaining a young lady. Johnny and Yasaki hide as to not be seen, while Johnny cries over losing to the captain of a crew that has only existed for a few days old. Fullbody acknowledges he knows who the bounty hunting pair are and insults them. They try to attack him, but are pummeled for their efforts off-page. Luffy insults them for sucking at what they are. Fullbody gives them a warning he is off-duty and will not defeat them this time. However, if they are a problem again, he will simply beat them. When Johnny fell to the ground, wanted posters flew out of his pocket. Nami picks one up and is suddenly distant. Despite what he said, Fullbody goes back on his word and decides to sink their ship. Luffy blows up like a balloon thanks to his Gummy Gummy no Mi powers and sends the cannonball back. However, he misses and hits the Baratai by mistake. Inside, Fullbody and his date for the day are enjoying a meal. She notices all eyes are on him, but he flatters her by saying all eyes are on her. He then drinks some wine and attempts to identify it, asking for confirmation from the waiter. But the wine he ordered ahead of his date was not the wine he was given, and the waiter turns out to be the chef Sanji. Having been left red-faced, Fullbody gets comments from his date. Meanwhile, Luffy is pulled up by Zeph, the head chef. A deal is struck that Luffy must work for 1 year to repay his debt. Luffy's crew wonders where Luffy has got up to. Fullbody attempts to get back at Sanji by putting a fly in the soup he was given. Sanji flirts with his date, and when the insect is pointed out, Sanji passes it off and just says he is not an insect expert. With his date now laughing in his face, Fullbody smashes the table to the ground. Sanji just passes it off, saying he can take the insect off since it's not important, as Fullbody has finished his meal anyway. With his date screaming to stop, Fullbody goes to hit Sanji. The other chef begs Sanji to not react. Fullbody is left bloodstained, as Sanji beats his ideals as a chef into him. He passes a comment that he should not berate a chef in the middle of the sea, as it is suicide. Chapter 44 is titled 3 Cooks. Luffy is trying to work out a much shorter time for working at the Baratai than the one Zeph proposes. But Zeph states he did the damage and now must repair it. When Luffy rudely states he will not accept, Zeph kicks him with his peg leg and offers a much faster way of repairing his debt: have one of his legs cut off. Luffy refuses once more and berates Zeph, causing the chef to kick at him once more. Meanwhile, Paddy is preparing himself to greet customers. Although he means well in practice, he is getting everything around the wrong way. To his horror, when he finally goes to work, Sanji is holding the blood-stained Fullbody by the neck. The two insult each other before breaking into a fight. However, when Fullbody threatens to have the place shut down, Sanji simply states he cannot let the Marine live now. The other chef grabs Sanji to prevent the Marine from being killed. At that moment, Zeph and Luffy come crashing through the ceiling. The two get up and continue to argue. Zeph's attention is drawn to Sanji as the other chefs plea for his behavior to stop. After stopping Sanji with a kick, Zeph kicks out Fullbody, who comments these chefs are no better than pirates. At that moment, Fullbody's attention is drawn by one of his men, who reports the prisoner has escaped from his cell, and 7 of Fullbody's men could not stop him. Fullbody dismisses it, stating that he was starving when they found him and had gone for the last 3 days without any food given to him. When the Marine asks for forgiveness, the prisoner appears and shoots the Marine to the ground with a single shot. He walks in and sits at the table with his feet up on it. Paddy walks up to the man and treats him with respect, to the horror of the other customers. When Jin threatens to pay for his food with bullets since he has no money, Paddy clobbers the man, breaking one of Zeph's chairs. Paddy kicks the man about to the cheering of the customers while Full Body makes an escape. Outside the restaurant, the man lays hungry. Sanji appears and gives him food. Sanji is happy at the man's reaction, who comments it's the best food he has had in his life. Luffy comments on how he has found his chef. Chapter 45 is titled Before the Storm. Luffy offers his amazement that Jin's meal saved him from death and asks Sanji to join his crew. After introductions are made, Sanji tells Luffy that Zeph used to be a pirate himself, and the Baratai is the old man's treasure. On top of that, all the other cooks are pirate types themselves. In a restaurant frequented by pirates, they are perfect for the job, but the waiters could not handle the fighting and quit. Luffy realizes that's why Zeph wanted him to work for a year, and repeats his offer to Sanji. Sanji refuses and will not say why. Jin, a pirate for Don Krieg, asks what Luffy plans to do, and Luffy tells him his goal of finding One Piece. Jin warns Luffy to not enter the Grand Line, despite not knowing that much about it himself. In the kitchen, the other cooks warn Patty that his treatment to Jin might attract Don Krieg. What makes Krieg so fearsome is that his crew consists of 5,000 men, divided into 50 crew. Patty is not scared, however, and says that giving the pirate free food would have an adverse effect on the paying customers. The fighting cooks of the Baratai have chased off attacking pirates before, and if they do not like it, they can quit. Fellow cook Kani points out that's what he told the waiters. Before the argument could turn physical, Zeph shows up to quell the violence. Outside, Luffy and Sanji bid farewell to Jin, who sails off. When Zeph appears to call the boys back to work, Sanji sends the plate he served Jin's meal on overboard, removing any proof. In the kitchen, Luffy declares that he's now chore boy, and after breaking several dishes, is told by Patty to wait on customers. In the dining hall, Luffy is furious to find his crew and Nami relaxing while he's stuck working. Sanji then appears and proclaims his love to Nami, poetically laminating the obstacles between them. Zeph shows up out of nowhere and says that Sanji can go be a pirate. He's not needed at the Baratai. Elsewhere, Jin has made it back to the crew he originally belonged to and tells his boss, Don Krieg, that he can take the crew to the Baratai. Chapter 46 is titled An Uninvited Guest. After Zeph asks Sanji to leave the restaurant, they start a fight. Sanji claims that he will not go until Zeph dies, which Zeph answers that he will live another 100 years. After this interruption, Sanji continues to serve the straw hat table. However, he shows favor to Nami as a female. Usopp becomes agitated with Sanji's discrimination. Nami quickly realizes her advantage and plays up to Sanji, asking for free food. When Zoro tells her that she is tricky, Nami warns them that they should be careful too. 2 days later, Don Krieg's galleon appears. The chefs and clients are frightened due to his reputation. However, it quickly becomes apparent that Krieg's ship is in a pitiful shape. An agonizing and frail Don Krieg enters the restaurant with the support of Jin and begs for food and water. Paddy's reaction is to call the Marines so they could benefit from his weak state. However, like he did for Jin, Sanji returns with some food, despite Kane's warning about the pirate's treacherous past. When Kane finished speaking, Don Krieg strikes Sanji, and in front of a shocked Jin, claims that he wants the restaurant ship for himself. Chapter 47 is titled Pirate Fleet, Admiral Don Krieg. The chefs of the Baratai begin to flee, believing there to be no hope for survival. Jin begs for Krieg to stop what he is doing, because Krieg had promised him earlier that he would not hurt anybody at the restaurant. Krieg elaborates on his statement, saying he needs the new ship because his old one is worn out. He begins to tell them about his crew and how they are all starving or critically wounded. He demands that the chefs make his crew food at once, but the chefs refuse. Krieg gets mad, but suddenly, Sanji stands up and begins to head to the kitchen. The chefs of the Baratai pull out their guns and point them at Sanji, telling him they will not let him make food for any more pirates. Sanji explains that he must do it because it is his duty as a chef. Paddy takes matters into his own hands and knocks Sanji down and tells him he cannot allow him to become involved in the matter. Paddy then pulls out his meatball cannon and fires it at Krieg. The chefs believe him to be defeated, but Krieg gets back up and shoots all the chefs with his pricks. Krieg states that he is the strongest, and that those who defy him must die. He begins to brag about his suit of armor, weapons, and battle experience. He demands they follow his orders due to his extensive and violent past. Suddenly, Zeph appears with a bag of food and hands it to Krieg. The chefs begin to complain, but Zeph then explains that the Krieg pirates are nothing more than defeated warriors of the Grand Line. The chefs are shocked to hear this, and Krieg realizes who Zeph really is: Red Leg Zeph. Chapter 48 is titled, Leave That Path Alone. Don Krieg is surprised to learn that Zeph is alive. Zeph replies nonchalantly to Don Krieg that it has nothing to do with him, whether he is dead or alive, and that he is living as a cook now. Krieg is amused and comments that from his point of view, Zeph is not living as a chef by choice, but because it is the only thing he can do. Zeph is angered but does not say a word. Krieg then proceeds to tell the story of Red Leg Zeph, a once infamous pirate who refused to use his hands in battle as he was a master of kicking. His destructive kicks would pulverize bedrock and leave a clear imprint on steel. He was both the chef and captain of his own crew and obtained his epithet Red Leg from his legs being dyed in the blood of his enemies after a fight. According to rumor, Zeph was supposed to have died in a shipwreck. Krieg deduces that Zeph only managed to survive the shipwreck by sacrificing his leg. Therefore, Krieg concludes that Zeph is unable to fight anymore, forcing him to retire as a pirate and instead become the chef of the Baratai. Sanji is visibly shocked upon hearing the story, but Zeph acts indifferent, saying that he still has his hands, which allows him to cook. Zeph questions what Krieg is getting at, and Krieg replies that since Zeph once traveled to the Grand Line and returned safely, he must have a log of this journey, and that he wants it for his future journeys. Luffy shows excitement in hearing about the chef's expedition to the Grand Line. Confidently, Zeph confirms that he does indeed have a log, but refuses to hand it over since he sees it as a memento of his former life. Frustrated, Krieg declares he will then have to take Zeph's log by force. Krieg acknowledges that he came back from the Grand Line defeated, but claims this is only due to a lack of information. Upon stating this, Krieg again declares that he will steal Zeph's log, along with the Baratai. This angers the Baratai chefs, and they declare that they will not let Krieg take their home from them. The chefs advance towards Krieg, but get pushed back by his attacks. Krieg laughs and claims that once he gets Zeph's log, he will reassemble his pirate fleet and then find One Piece, in order to become the greatest pirate of the era. This causes Luffy to stand up and challenge Krieg, worrying the Baratai chefs. Luffy states that he will become the Pirate King. Zoro, sitting next to Usopp at a table, casually asks Luffy if he needs a hand. Luffy says that there is no need, as he can handle it himself. Krieg laughs at Luffy's small crew and tells Luffy to stop messing around. Krieg tells Luffy that even with his fleet of 50 ships carrying a crew of over 5,000 people, they were wiped out in a week, which Krieg still claims is due to a lack of information. This intrigues Zoro, but terrifies Usopp. As Krieg demanded food for his crewmates, to which the Baratai chefs clearly denied, weakened by the past experience and struggle, Zeph hands over the food for Krieg's crew. Krieg then leaves the restaurant to feed his starving crew and gives everyone an ultimatum: either hand over Zeph's log and the Baratai ship, or they will all die. Claiming ignorance, Jin apologizes to Sanji, but Zeph dismisses the need for an apology. The Baratai chefs accuse Zeph of siding with Sanji, the man they insist is trying to destroy the restaurant. The head chef silences them, justifying Sanji's actions by asking if any member of the staff ever experienced starvation. After the situation is controlled, the ultimatum leaves the chefs in a dilemma: either fight or run away. They end up deciding to protect the Baratai, as it is the only place where they all feel accepted. Meanwhile, Jin tries to discourage opposition. Sanji explains to Jin that even if he feeds anyone who is starving, the enemies of the Baratai are already fed. So he will not hesitate. Luffy sits next to Usopp and Zoro and asks if his crewmates also approve of Sanji, but Usopp is exclusively terrified about the imminent attack. After Luffy asks Jin about his knowledge of the Grand Line, Jin tells them of the fierceness of the ocean, especially after the crew was almost annihilated by just one man. The revelation causes a commotion in the restaurant. Furthermore, when Jin discloses the one responsible for his crew's demise is Dracul Mihawk, Zoro appears, alarmed. Chapter 49 is titled Storm. Zeph knows of a man with hawk eyes, who seems to fit Jin's description. While the eyes alone aren't enough of a giveaway, the fact that he destroyed Krieg's entire fleet is more than enough proof that he is referring to the man he is thinking of. As Usopp and Luffy discuss never hearing of him, Zoro clarifies that it is in fact the man he is looking for. Zoro's puzzled look from the previous chapter comes from the fact that he is looking for the same person, and that he was thought to be found nearby, according to some information Johnny gave him. As some of the chefs discuss a previous customer who got really drunk, Zoro decides that Johnny must have gotten his information mixed up. Sanji asks if perhaps the hawk-eyed man bore some kind of grudge against them, but Jin states that he recalls nothing like that, and that he just attacked them. Zeph proposes that maybe they disturbed his afternoon nap, enraging Jin at the possibility of that being the only reason. Zeph implores him not to get so upset, as such a thing is common in the Grand Line. This further excites Luffy, and he consequently decides that he must go to the Grand Line. Zoro agrees that his goals are undoubtedly tied to the Grand Line, prompting Sanji to label them all as idiots who would rush to their deaths. Zoro acknowledges that Sanji may be right, but warns against calling them idiots. He explains that the day he decided to become the world's greatest swordsman, he threw away all attachment to his own life, and thus he is the only person who has a right to call him an idiot. Luffy and Zoro chime in agreement. While Sanji expresses his disapproval, their conviction notably stirs something in him, prompting a smile from Zeph. Paddy rushes in and reminds them all that Don Krieg's fleet is still parked in front of their ship. Meanwhile, Don Krieg's crew recovers, thanks to Zeph's food offering. They are rejoicing at being saved and finally making it back from the Grand Line, which is also known as the Pirates' Graveyard. However, Krieg tells them the plan is to actually return to the Grand Line. When he sees the lack of motivation in his men to return to where they were almost killed, he fires on a man who criticizes his decision. The crew quickly changes their mind and obey Krieg's orders. He then explains that they will steal the Baratai, not worried about the opposition since they are mere chefs. When Krieg's men attack the restaurant, their galleon is suddenly cut in half. The men are in disbelief as nasty waves rock the boat. Krieg's subordinates try to tell him that the ship has been cut, but he refuses to believe that someone could cut a ship as big as theirs. Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp worry for the others, remembering that the Going Merry was outside in close proximity as well. When they head to where they left the Going Merry, they find Johnny and Yusaki almost drowning without a ship. The bounty hunters tell them the abominable truth. Nami fled with the Going Merry and all their belongings. At the same time, Zeph looks and notices a man on a small boat drifting towards them. Chapter 50 is titled A Parting of Ways. As the Krieg pirates find themselves reeling from the devastating attack to their ship, Johnny again apologizes for allowing Nami to escape them with the Going Merry. In a flashback, Nami was looking through some bounty posters, having stopped at a particular one for 20 million. Nami then started to act strange, furthering Johnny and Yusaki's interest. They tell her that the pirate featured in the poster had been quiet for a while, but recently started rampaging again. As they are talking, she moves Johnny and Yusaki's treasure to the Going Merry's deck, and asks them to turn around as she changed clothes. While the two fought their temptations to peek, they were suddenly pushed overboard by Nami. Nami told them she had a nice time, but since she was a pirate thief, there were no expectations. She says goodbye and tells them that if fate truly links them, then they will meet again. In the present, Zoro and Usopp are upset. Zoro for being betrayed, Usopp for losing the Going Merry. Luffy spots the ship on the horizon and tells his crewmates they're going after her. Zoro tries to say that no good will come of chasing after a thief like Nami, to which Usopp retorts she stole their ship. But Luffy tells them that he will accept no one else as their navigator. Zoro wonders why he followed such a troublesome captain, but nevertheless agrees with his captain's orders and prepares to set sail along with Usopp, Johnny, and Usagi on their ship. Luffy is not able to join as he still has a debt to repay to Zeph, and Zoro warns him to be careful. As they begin to part ways, one of Don Krieg's subordinates yells to him that the man who destroyed their fleet has returned to kill them all. Aboard the Baratai, the chefs discuss the man slowly drifting towards them before Zeph confirms his identity. The Hawk-Eyes man is introduced as Dracule Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman. Zoro is in absolute disbelief, and the Krieg pirates demand to know why Mihawk has followed them. He tells them it was simply to kill time, inciting the anger of one of the pirates to the point he attempts to shoot him. Mihawk draws his blade and easily redirects the bullets away from himself. While some Krieg pirates believe he simply missed, Zoro corrects them and tells them that he actually changed the trajectory of the bullets with his blade. Zoro tells Mihawk that he's never seen such a sword handled so gracefully, with the master swordsman replying that there is no strength in swordplay without grace. Zoro asks Mihawk if he cut the ship as well, when Mihawk affirms Zoro is absolutely certain that he is indeed the strongest in the world, a goal he tells Mihawk that he himself is trying to reach. He then challenges Mihawk to a duel, as Mihawk said he was looking to kill time. As the Krieg pirates and the Baratai staff realize Zoro is indeed the pirate hunter they've heard of before. Usopp tries to warn Luffy that the Going Merry is getting further away from them, but he ignores it, as he has now become focused on Mihawk and Zoro. Mihawk disembarks his ship and approaches Zoro, but doesn't seem interested in dueling him and calls him a weakling. He tells Zoro that if he were truly a great swordsman, then the difference in their powers would be obvious without the need to cross blades, and asks if this desire to duel comes from his conviction or ignorance. Zoro replies that he is doing this for his own ambition and to fulfill a promise to a friend. The scene then changes to Nami sailing away on the Going Merry. She has already begun to miss the crew. She comments to herself about how she thinks they are good people and wonders if they will still call her a friend when they meet again. If they meet again. As the scene gets closer to her face, it's revealed that she is crying, saying that she just wanted to be free, and addressing someone named Belmia. Chapter 51 is titled Rowanoa Zora Falls into the Sea. Having now fully drawn his swords, Zoro expresses his shock at meeting the world's greatest swordsman, Dracule Mihawk, so early in their adventure. The impending duel has garnered the full attention of everyone present, Krieg pirates, Straw Hats, and Baratai staff alike. However, Mihawk humiliates him by answering his request with a pocket knife, which was the pendant he was wearing around his neck. He states that he isn't like most fools who would go all out to hunt a mere rabbit. He goes on to explain that while Zoro may have earned some fame as a swordsman, the East Blue is the weakest of the 4 seas that are separated by the Grand Line and Red Line. He actually regrets that he didn't have an even smaller knife. Zoro is now furious at the degree to which he feels underestimated and prepares to attack, telling Mihawk not to regret it when he dies. As Zoro charges, Mihawk likens him to a frog in a well, stating that it's time he experiences the real world beyond his little well. Zoro attempts to use his onigiri, but Mihawk effortlessly stops all 3 katanas with the tip of his knife. Luffy is visibly surprised, while Johnny and Usagi can't believe that one of Zoro's signature techniques was stopped so easily. Zoro himself considers how no man has been able to stop the technique before, and yet Mihawk countered it so easily with a toy. The shock sends him into a frenzy, ferociously swinging at Mihawk while he wonders how the real world could possibly be so far out of reach with all his training and preparation. Mihawk continues to dodge and counter without so much as breaking a sweat. Zoro remembers his promise to Kuna and redoubles his efforts. Mihawk notices his mental anguish and questions what burdens him so, and why he seeks the ultimate power. He again calls Zoro a weakling, this time angering Johnny and Usagi to the point they attempt to intervene, but Luffy stops them. Zoro gets back on his feet and prepares the Toragari. This time, Zoro remembers his promise to Luffy instead, and how Luffy's reaction was that he'd expect nothing less of him to be standing at his side as Pirate King. Before Zoro could land the attack, however, Mihawk pierces him in the chest with his knife. While everyone is shocked at the devastating blow, the biggest surprise comes from Mihawk, as Zoro simply stands there with the knife in his chest. He asks Zoro why he refuses to step back, and Zoro doesn't really know himself. He explains that if he were to take even one step back, it would be like stepping back on every vow he's made to this point, which would prevent him from ever making it back to where he is now. Mihawk states that such is defeat, but Zoro feels that is even more reason not to step back. Mihawk questions if he'd stand there by this conviction even if it meant his death, but Zoro counters that death might actually be better. Mihawk is incredibly impressed by Zoro's strong display of will, and upon removing the knife from his chest, asks the latter to state his name. As Zoro complies, Mihawk finally draws his blade, telling Zoro that he will remember his name, as he does not often see his level of conviction in this world. As a gesture of respect to a fellow swordsman, he tells Zoro that he will fight him with the world's strongest sword. Zoro prepares his ultimate attack, the Sanzen Sekai, as Mihawk charges towards him. The move ultimately proves ineffective, as all of his swords except the Wado Ichimonji are broken in Mihawk's attack. As his swords break, he concedes defeat and muses how he never even considered the possibility of losing. He stands to face Mihawk, exposing his chest and extending his arms out to receive the final blow. Mihawk is puzzled, and Zoro tells him that a cut to the back is a shameful act among swordsmen. Mihawk is pleased with Zoro's brave gesture and slashes his chest open. As Zoro begins to fall from the wound, Mihawk makes a mental note that Zoro shouldn't rush his own death. Chapter 52 is titled The Oath. Luffy, Usopp, Johnny, and Yusaki are horrified at the cut Zoro has received, while the Krieg pirates are in pure disbelief that someone as strong as Zoro stood no chance against the power of the Grand Line. Remembering Zoro's earlier words, that his ambition meant he no longer had any attachment to his own life, Sanji is still perplexed that Zoro wouldn't throw it away if it meant certain death. He states that it should be simple, yelling out to Zoro as he falls into the ocean. After having seen his first friend ultimately defeated, Luffy charges against Mihawk, full of rage, while Johnny and Yusaku dive in to save Zoro. He does so by extending his arm all the way over to Mihawk's location, shocking everyone present as they were unaware he was a devil fruit user. He is easily avoided as Mihawk deduces that he is one of Zoro's friends. Instead of fighting, the swordsman tells him that Zoro is not dead. As Johnny and Yusaku recover Zoro's body from the ocean, Dracul Mihawk reintroduces himself, telling Zoro that it is much too early for him to die. Mihawk implores Zoro to learn more about both the world and himself, and to become strong. He promises that no matter how long it will take, he shall await him at the top in his strongest form. He encourages Zoro to press on with his strong will and surpass his sword, but more importantly, surpass him. While Usopp, Johnny, and Yusaku attempt to resuscitate Zoro, Mihawk turns to Luffy and asks him his goal. When Luffy answers Pirate King, Mihawk smiles and casually tells Luffy that will be much more difficult than surpassing him. Luffy is undeterred by this and asks Usopp if Zoro is okay. Usopp says that he's still alive and only lost consciousness. Johnny and Yusaku plead for Zoro to say something, and to everyone's shock, he lifts his blade in the air. He apologizes to his captain for making him worry, repeating his earlier sentiment to him that he would be in a real dilemma as Pirate King if Zoro was not the world's greatest swordsman. Fighting against his pain and coughing up blood, he tearfully vows to Luffy that until the day he defeats Mihawk and becomes the world's greatest swordsman, he will never lose again. He asks his captain as future Pirate King if he has any issues with this, which Luffy happily denies. Satisfied by these spirits, Mihawk turns to leave without paying much attention to the Don Krieg pirates who he was looking for in the first place. He tells Luffy that him and Zoro make a good team and wishes to see them again in the future. This new nonchalant attitude towards Krieg angers him, and he attempts to fire on Mihawk. The swordsman deals another devastating blow to what's left of the galleon, sending Krieg's men flying. When the dust settles, Mihawk is no longer present. Having jumped back aboard the Baratai in the wake of Krieg and Mihawk's clash, Luffy tells Usopp to go on ahead and get Nami. Usopp promises to do so, then asks Luffy to stay here and convince Sanji to join them. He suggests that when they have 5 people in the crew, they should go to the Grand Line, and Luffy agrees. Sanji notices that Don Krieg's men are starting to plot something. Luffy decides to make a deal with Zeph. If he gets rid of them, it will settle his debt with him. Chapter 53 is titled Sabagashira Number 1. Don Krieg decides to steal the Baratai, saying that it'll make a perfect ship for the Grand Line, since no one would suspect it to be a pirate ship, and when one of his crew speaks out about going back, he kills him. Krieg also mentions his plans to read Zeph's logbook to better prepare his crew for the Grand Line. This inspires the Krieg pirates, and they start to attack the Baratai, to which Luffy responds by attacking them and defending the Baratai as per his agreement with Zeph. However, the chefs are ready to fight. They release a wood platform in front of the restaurant so that they do not have to fight into the restaurant and damage it. And Paddy and Kane show off the Sabagashira Number 1, which is the fish head of the Baratai and a paddle boat, which they use to attack Krieg. However, Don Krieg manages to subdue it easily and throw it back towards the chefs. But Sanji kicks it back just as easily, showing his true strength. Chapter 54 is titled Pearl Sand. The Don Krieg pirates attack the Baratai chefs, both claiming to be more powerful, as they've each faced separate but challenging perils. Paddy and Kane, who have exited safely from their tank, beat back many of the Krieg pirates and cheer on their fellow workers. They remind them they fight not just for the Baratai, but their freedom to cook and fight, where they are shunned from most ordinary restaurants. However, the self-proclaimed invincible Pearl appears behind the 2 chefs. He claims to be the most powerful and proves it by beating the chef duo in one punch, as he wears his armor made of pearl and steel. When Sanji sees that some of Krieg's pirates take the opportunity to steal Kane's knives, he kicks away all of the pirates and retains ownership of the knife for his chef friend. When this Pearl continues his ignorant taunts, claiming he has not even bled one time in his battles, Sanji attacks him. At the same time, Don Krieg treacherously attacks Luffy, who was enjoying Sanji's show. Luffy is sent flying in the process, but accidentally falls back on Pearl's head, knocking it into his armor. Pearl lifts his head and reveals a drop of blood coming from his nose, as the first time he's bled in battle. Chapter 55 is titled Jungle Blood. When Pearl receives the first bloody nose of his life, he enters a berserk rage and sets his armor on fire by punching the pearls on it. Many of the chefs become frightened and warn him that he will set the entire ship on fire. However, as a cook, Sanji warns the other chefs that they should not be afraid of fire, as he leaps over the firewall Pearl has created. Sanji continues to battle Pearl with his superior speed and kicking abilities. He tells them that a chef's tools include his hands, so he only uses his feet when fighting. Pearl becomes increasingly upset as he is thrashed by Sanji. In order to stop him from destroying the ship, Don Krieg throws a knob towards Sanji and Pearl. Luffy is able to deflect it with his Gum Gum Bazooka. The knob instead destroys Don Krieg's ship mast, which falls over and subsequently renders Pearl unconscious. However, the Krieg pirates have not said their last word. While they were fighting, Jin has taken Zeph down and threatens to take his life as he holds a gun to his head. Chapter 56 is titled, I Refuse. Taking Zeph hostage, Jin asks Sanji to leave the ship. Sanji refuses and tells him to go to hell. What might appear as a very egotistical reaction on Sanji's part turns out to be a gesture of sacrifice. Indeed, Sanji asks Jin to point the gun at him instead of the owner, and when the newly conscious Pearl attacks him, he does not avoid or counter him anymore. Luffy gets ready to punch Pearl, but Sanji yells at him to stop. If they do anything further to harm the Krieg pirates, Jin is highly liable to act on his threat. Sanji knows this and holds himself accountable for Zeph and the Baratai. The reasons behind his weird shift in behavior are hidden in the past of these 2 chefs. Sanji blames himself for having destroyed Zeph's former life, his dreams, and his strength. He does not want him to lose anything more and would die rather than give Don Krieg the Baratai. Pearl takes this opportunity to wallop Sanji, since he won't raise a finger to possibly endanger Zeph. The cooks around them are dying to know what could have possibly happened to them so long ago, because they were under the impression that Sanji had hated the head cook. While Sanji is down after several attacks from Pearl, two words come to mind before the scene flashes back in time. All blue. 9 years ago, young Sanji was an apprentice chef on the Orbit cruise ship. He one day told his older chef companions about his dream to find the All Blue, a legendary sea where all species of fish and seafood from all the world's oceans could be found. After mocking him for believing that such a sea exists, they began to eat the many leftovers left by the clients. Sanji finds this disgusting and berates them for eating scraps when there is still fresh food and their next port of call is only 2 days away. The more experienced cooks reply that on the sea, one does not know what may happen. A seafaring cook must take advantage of whatever resources are available. He doesn't see the allure and rejects their leftovers again. Suddenly, people on the deck begin yelling and running for help. The ship is being attacked by Zeph and his crew, the Cook Pirates. Chapter 57 is titled, If You Have a Dream. 9 years ago, a cruise ship was attacked by pirates, fresh from their journey to the Grand Line. They are the fearsome Cook Pirates, captained by the chef pirate, Zeph. The two captains meet, and hardly a second passes after the cruise ship captain asks their demands when Zeph commands his men to take everything of value. After pillaging, they bring back their spoils to the deck, in order to transfer it to their ship. Zeph notices something amiss with one of the bags that his underling set down, and he commands him to stop. The pirate knows he has been caught stealing food from the bag, and he starts to make excuses. But Zeph delivers a megaton force kick and sends him across the deck. Zeph reiterates that you should never touch someone else's food. Meanwhile, Sanji does not accept this fate and has decided to bravely attack the pirates with his cooking knives. He is easily beaten, but does not surrender. The young boy does not want to die until he has realized his dream to find All Blue. Upon hearing this, Zeph has a pensive look on his face, as if he is considering Sanji, but all the other pirates burst into laughter, stating that such a place does not exist, even on the Grand Line. With the storm getting stronger, Zeph orders his men back to their ship, but a large wave catches Sanji and he is thrown overboard. Immediately, Zeph snaps a mast off with a kick and grabs it, while he jumps in to save him, against his better judgment. Unfortunately, an even bigger wave smashes both ships to pieces, and all is in chaos as the storm goes on. After a few days, Sanji wakes up on a large rock deserted at sea. He sees that he only has Zeph for a companion, and starts when he realizes the possible threat. After being kicked though, it is evident that he is in no condition to move so fast. Sanji asks about his ship, and Zeph guesses that there were no survivors. The wreckage of his own ship around him indicates that no one is likely to have made it. They have no choice but to wait for rescue, which they both know is unlikely due to their precarious situation. He informs Sanji that the storm was 2 days ago, and they were washed up on this barren rock, stranded with no resources whatsoever. They still maintain their rivalrous banter, but Zeph at least designs to give him a portion of some food that washed up with them. Sanji complains at how much bigger Zeph's portion is, but he only says that he needs more since he is bigger. Sanji isn't at all happy about this, but Zeph has complete control of the situation, and without this food, they face the horrible possibility of having to resort to cannibalism. Zeph tells him to stay on one side of the island while he goes to the other, so they have a greater chance of spotting a ship. Now alone, Sanji watches the sun setting over the ocean. He is very hungry and turns to look at his food supply, but thinks on what Zeph said earlier. Normally, it would be enough food for 5 days, but as chefs, they should be able to make it last longer. He hangs his head, starving but determined to stick it out. On the other side, Zeph holds a boulder aloft, and through a piece of wood clenched in his teeth, he says determinedly that this is the end of Red Leg Zeph. He brings the rock down on his leg, severing it just below the right knee. Chapter 58 is titled Crap Geezer. Sanji tried to divide his small portion of food wisely, but after 25 days, he only had one piece of moldy bread left. He had only seen one ship that did not even see him pass. After 70 days, weak and hopeless, he decided to reach Zeph to steal his food. Upon arriving, he found Zeph's bag was still almost full. He became enraged and approached Zeph with a knife, declaring he was taking the food and did not care about him. However, when Sanji opened the bag, he found it had only been filled with treasures. Sanji realized that Zeph had given him all the food and that he had only survived by eating his own leg. When asked why he acted so foolishly while they hate each other, the pirate revealed that he too believed in the All Blue and that he was trying to find it in the Grand Line. However, now that he no longer had his crew, he could not realize this dream anymore. He decided if they were rescued, he would retire from piracy and start a restaurant. The miracle occurred after 85 days. The ship Sanji had seen came back and saved them. Back in the present, Sanji's behavior makes more sense. In the memory of the old man that saved his life, he will not allow anyone to kill him or steal his last dream. Chapter 59 is titled Obligation. Sanji continues to let Pearl assault him, as he has decided to die, rather than let the Baratai be taken by the Krieg pirates. Luffy becomes angry as he does not understand how Sanji's death would repay Zeph's sacrifice. To put an end to Sanji's suicide, he destroys the Baratai, since it is the target of Don Krieg. While Sanji and Luffy fight about the best solution to save Zeph, Pearl decides to attack them. However, he is stopped by Jin, who defeats him with one blow. He proclaims he will take care of Sanji's death personally. Chapter 60 is titled Propriety. Jin promises he will honor Sanji by killing him with his own hands. Sanji has little reaction to Jin's threats. This also goes for Luffy, who does not see himself losing in front of such a crew. For the Krieg pirates, who see themselves as the most powerful of East Blue, this is unforgivable, and they rush the two kids. However, they are immediately stopped by their captain. While he is here, they have not to worry of who is the stronger. However, when Krieg asks Luffy the question of who is stronger, Luffy naturally responds that he is the strongest one here. In order to make him realize the difference between the two of them, Don Krieg threatens Luffy with one of his strongest weapons, the poison gas MH5. Krieg fires the bomb at the Baratai. When Luffy attempts to bounce the bomb back, it reveals to actually be a shuriken bomb, and not a poisonous bomb. Hurt by the sharp stakes, Luffy admits he was tricked, but he continues to assert that he is the strongest. As his anger rises, Don Krieg asks Jin to take care of Sanji. He tells him he will deal with Luffy personally. Chapter 61 is titled The Demon. Sanji and Jin fight, but their attacks cause little damage. They find their abilities are equally matched. The Krieg pirates estimate that Jin will lose, but Don Krieg says Jin's fighting abilities will not give out. He explains that Jin is a calm and collected demon. He tells them that Jin can kill his opponents without pardon, and many people have called him the demon. That's why he had placed him as the battle commander in his armada. Due to his injuries from fighting with Pearl, Sanji is cornered by Jin. Paddy and the other Baratai cooks become worried. Meanwhile, Luffy attacks Don Krieg, but Don Krieg releases his armor and plans to kill Luffy. He shoots Luffy with bombs and spears. The spears impale Luffy's foot, and he almost falls into the ocean. Luffy asks if Don Krieg is not serious to fight him directly. Krieg answers the most important skill in fighting is to kill the opponent. Krieg jeers that Luffy is a monkey because he attacks without strategy. Don Krieg's pirates scream that Sanji's bone is broken. Jin roughs up Sanji 10 times. Jin attacks Sanji and brings him close to death. Krieg's pirates cheer at Jin's win. When Jin prepares to execute Sanji, He remembers how Sanji gave him food. Jin begins crying. He admits he cannot kill the only man who treated him kindly in his entire life. Chapter 62 is titled MH5. Don Krieg is disappointed with Jin because he disobeys his order to kill Sanji. Before that, Jin was the person he trusted the most. Krieg sees excess in Jin's personality that will win in the battlefield. Jin says he will always respect and admire Krieg. However, he cannot kill Sanji and requests to let the Baratai go free. Krieg becomes angered at Jin's goal. The Krieg pirates remain confused about what happened to Jin. Krieg prepares to shoot his MH5 bomb. All of Krieg's crew pull out their masks to survive. Krieg demotes Jin and asks him to throw away his mask. The Don Krieg pirates cannot believe that Krieg would kill Jin. Jin was very loyal, such as when the crew hazed from Full Body. Jin went alone to the ships of the Marine and masqueraded as captain. Jin always sacrificed himself to save Krieg, and he did anything to win. That's why people called him Demon. Meanwhile, Luffy attempts to stop Krieg, but fails. Luffy takes back his step and announces he will save Jin from Krieg, but Jin still believes in Krieg as his commander and throws away his mask as he was commanded. Krieg shoots the MH5. The Baratai cooks escape by diving underwater, and Krieg's crew uses their masks to protect themselves from the poisonous gas. Thinking quick, Luffy takes 2 masks away from some of the Krieg's pirates. He gives the masks to Sanji and Jin. When Luffy wants to take a mask for himself, no masks remain. Suddenly, he spots a mask as the MH5 activates and places it on his face. After 5 minutes, the gas dissipates and Jin is revealed to have not worn his mask. Luffy realizes that Jin selflessly gave him his mask. Chapter 63 is titled I Won't Die. After Don Krieg shoots the MH5 gas bomb, he further angers Luffy and Sanji by claiming that Jin is garbage and it's proper to die by his own hands as his commander. Krieg's crew cannot believe what is happening to Jin at Krieg's hand. Paddy and Kani emerge from the restaurant, and Sanji immediately calls to them for any antidote the Baratai may have. They show a little hesitance to help an enemy, but Sanji urges them to comply. Zeph lets them know that they need to put a gas mask on him right away to use whatever antitoxin might be left in it, then take him up to the upper deck for clearer air, as this could be the only way to save him. Paddy and Kani are amazed by this quickly placed wisdom, until Sanji snaps them out of their stupor and they rush to help. Luffy becomes angry with Krieg and tells Jin that he can't die and has to survive to spite his terrible captain. Krieg estimates that Jin has about an hour left to live. Luffy promises to beat Krieg no matter what, but Jin is still certain that he cannot beat Krieg. He gets carried off and Luffy turns to confront the pirate captain, but he is held back by Sanji, who doesn't want him to get killed. But Luffy brushes the hand away and firmly states, I won't die, then rushes headlong toward Krieg, fearing no bullets or stakes. Sanji is forced to accept Luffy's decision, and Krieg smirks at Luffy's stubbornness, what he perceives to be reckless foolishness. Don Krieg mocks his repeated attempts as he tosses bombs at the bridge in front of him, welcoming Luffy to his grave. The explosion again creates a wave that obscures the bridge in sheets of water, and Krieg fires another round of stakes. Sanji hears the stakes come in contact with Luffy, and Krieg notes how his enemy would rather die than retreat, with mild intrigue. Defying all norms, Luffy crosses through the mist, now sporting a stake in his side and his left shoulder, but otherwise undeterred. He uses Krieg's tactic against him when he flips forward to crash the surface of the water with an outstretched leg. He stretches his arm behind him with the intent of punching him through the screen of water. Krieg sees that he is determined to land a hit, no matter the cost. So he thinks fast and implements his porcupine cape, a cloth studded with spikes large enough to cover his whole body. He thinks himself invulnerable, but Luffy delivers a solid blow to his jaw, despite his fist meeting the field of spikes. For the first time in the fight, Krieg has been sent sprawling to the ground. Luffy asks Krieg then if this is his grave or Krieg's, as he pulls the stake from his shoulder. He proclaims that he doesn't have sneaky weapons like Krieg, but he's still a viable fighter who won't die here. Sanji watches on and claims that Luffy is crazy, but Zeph tells him to watch Luffy's fight. While Zeph talks to Sanji, the situation with Jin unfolds. As Paddy and Kani tend to him on the top deck of the restaurant, they try to make sure he breathes, and Paddy suggests making some food for him, to which Kani replies that he has already been poisoned once today. They start arguing, but get interrupted upon hearing Jin start to hack and cough. Zeph continues relating to Sanji that it's not often that a person comes along who will not quit fighting once he has his eyes set on a particular goal. Regardless of if Luffy wins or loses this fight, that's the kind of man Zeph respects, and this gets Sanji thinking. The Krieg pirates are getting nervous, and the chefs start cheering Luffy on, having been won over by his spirit. Krieg gets up off the ground and punches at Luffy in a rage, catching him on the shoulder guard, and smirking as he fires the built-in cannon. But he pays for this miscalculation when Luffy escapes before the blast and hooks his foot around Krieg's neck, bringing him down a second time. Chapter 64 is titled The Mighty Battle Spear. Don Krieg is knocked down once again by Luffy. This creates severe anguish amongst his crew members, as Don Krieg has always gone out of a battle unscathed. However, when one crewmate states that he believes Luffy to actually be stronger than Krieg, he arises, telling them to shut up before combining his shoulder plates together to form his great battle spear, which he slams into the ground next to Luffy, creating an explosion. The crew members are finally rejoicing as they see Krieg's secret weapon as he discards his cape and comments that it's way stronger than the stakes he fired at Luffy earlier. While Luffy wonders how the spear made an explosion, Krieg swings it again, sending Luffy flying over the ocean. But luckily, he stretches towards a platform floating. However, due to the fact that he has lost lots of blood thanks to Krieg, and that the platform he's standing on is unstable, he soon falls to his knees. Now the crew members are talking amongst themselves about Krieg's weapon, which apparently creates explosions depending on how powerful the blow is. Krieg continues his assault on Luffy, who is dodging for his life. The crew members are now discussing Krieg's massive strength, as the lance weighs approximately 1 ton, yet Krieg can swing it around with only one arm. Finally, Luffy loses balance and jumps over Krieg's blow, but this makes him wide open for an attack. However, just in the nick of time, Luffy grabs the lance before it can hit him. Enraged, Krieg slams the lance into the ground, forcing Luffy to let go. Krieg proceeds to ram his lance into Luffy, who grabs the tip, but Krieg merely whips it around, creating an explosion which sends Luffy flying. As Krieg swings again, Luffy is hit head-on. Krieg then proceeds to tell him that he is stronger than Luffy. However, Luffy answers by slamming his foot into the ground, breaking the spear's tip, much to Krieg's confusion and horror. Luffy tells him that he hit the tip 5 times, and that with the wide area they have landed in, Luffy can defeat him. Chapter 65 is titled Prepared. Luffy is able to balance Don Krieg's power. He destroys the most powerful weapon of Krieg. Everyone is surprised and cannot believe that Luffy is still able to stand on his feet. But Krieg has a lot of self-confidence and plans to defeat Luffy with it. He believes that his weapon is the most powerful weapon in the world. His energy was still powering up, and meanwhile, Luffy's energy was not. Sanji still does not believe that Luffy can beat Krieg due to his weakened condition, but Zeph says Luffy has one weapon that Krieg does not: no fear of death. He tells Sanji on the battlefield they must have the principle to not be afraid of death. If they are afraid, they will lose in just 1 second. That principle was in Luffy, Zeph added. Krieg attacks Luffy again and wants to execute him because he is brave to challenge the most powerful captain in East Blue. But Luffy dodges it and hangs onto a mast. Then Krieg slices the mast. Unfortunately, his attacks do not hurt Luffy. Luffy throws the mast at him, but Krieg destroys it by shooting fire at it. Luffy replies with Gomi Gomi no Gatling, but Krieg's armor protects him. Luffy continues using his Gomi Gomi no pistol and sends Krieg flying, but the armor still does not shatter. Krieg plans to throw bombs from the top of the mast. Luffy tries to stop it and run faster. Finally, Luffy destroys the armor by using Gomi Gomi no Bazooka and cracks it into pieces. Chapter 66 is titled The Chewed Up Spear. His armor destroyed, Don Krieg shows his last trick by catching Luffy with a net. Unable to swim, the rubber boy will drown. However, Luffy has not said his last word. Uncaring about falling into the sea soon, he sends to Don Krieg an ultimate attack which knocks the pirate out. Amazed by Luffy's ability to never resign, Sanji jumps into the sea in order to save him. When they come back to the surface, Don Krieg has woken up and is going berserk. But Jin, who had seen his captain defeated, decides to put an end to this fight himself and quickly knocks out a weak Krieg. Chapter 67 is titled Soup. After Luffy wins the battle with Don Krieg, Jin plans to bring Krieg with him. Paddy and Kane try to stop him because poison gas was still in his body, but Jin ignores it and tells Sanji to tell Luffy, "See you again in the Grand Line." Suddenly, Jin vomits blood and believes he will die in 2 to 3 hours. He considers his stupidity because of his acceptance of an inevitable death and decides that he will do anything he wants in the meantime. He then recalls Krieg's teachings that if you decide something, do it, without doubt, no matter how strong your opponent. Sanji listens to Jin's words and asks Paddy and Kane to give him their shopping ship. At first, they disagree, but Sanji forces them with his very powerful kicking techniques. Suddenly, in the Baratai, Luffy wakes up and asks where his straw hat is located. Sanji informs him that his hat is in Luffy's hand. Luffy opens his band-aid and asks about the Krieg pirates. Sanji wonders if they have gone and tells Luffy about Jin's order. Luffy wonders if Jin wants to meet Sanji again and is scolded because of his stupidity. Suddenly, Luffy remembers Zeph has promised that today is the last day of work. Luffy continues to plead for Sanji to become a crew member of his. Sanji rejects it because he wants to keep working on the Baratai because Zeph has recognized his mastery. Finally, Luffy gives up hope. Sanji maintains his promise that he will go to the Grand Line someday. Sanji asks if Luffy knows about the All Blue. Sanji then informs him about his dream of finding the place and appears happy. Zeph sees the joy in Sanji as he dreams of the All Blue and makes plans. It's now Luffy's break time. Luffy and Sanji come to the mess hall, but there are no chairs for them. A cook tells them to sit on the floor. Suddenly, Patty asks who made the soup, to which Sanji said that he made it. Patty insults it, saying it tastes bad. Sanji is angered to hear that and insults Patty back. However, everyone in the room agrees with Patty that the soup that Sanji made is really bad. Zeph tastes it too and agrees with the cooks. Sanji becomes furious and pulls Zeph's collar, but Zeph punches him, knocking Sanji out of the restaurant. Luffy eats the soup and grins while he announces that it is delicious. Zeph then explains the scenario and asks Luffy to bring Sanji with him on his journeys, because his dream is to go to the Grand Line. Unfortunately, Sanji outside hears their conversation. Chapter 68 is titled The Fourth. Luffy would like very much that Sanji becomes a member of his crew, but he cannot do it unless Sanji himself agrees, which he never has so far. Suddenly, a strange animal arrives at the Baratai. It is no other than Yusaku, half eaten by a shark. He has come back to ask for Luffy's help. He has located Nami but can do nothing without Luffy's strength. While he is okay to depart, Sanji, to the surprise of everyone, decides to go with them and becomes the Straw Hat Chef. He changed his mind when he heard that everybody wanted him to depart. As to comfort his decision, Zeph tells him that he regrets to have let him live. A nostalgic Zeph is seen remembering his restaurant history. When it is time for departure, everybody becomes serious. Paddy and Kani even try an ultimate revenge attack on Sanji, but it proves useless as he easily beats the two back. Then, from his balcony, Zeph reveals his true feelings by wishing Sanji good luck. These are the words that break the hypocritical atmosphere. In turn, Sanji shows his gratitude to the man who gave him everything and bows in respect. They depart in the middle of the joy and the tears and bid farewell to the Baratai. Chapter 69 is titled Arlong Park. Luffy looks forward to entering the Grand Line with the newest Straw Hat pirate, Sanji. However, Yusaku warns them about the dangers of this sea. In particular, he warns them of the presence of the 7 warlords of the sea, of which Dracule Mihawk and a fishman pirate named Jinbe belong. He explains that years ago, Jinbe had a relation with his strongest lieutenant in the East Blue, Arlong. He suspects that Nami will be near Arlong. Sanji has his doubts as he always trusts beautiful women and had recently become smitten with Nami. Yusaku mentions that due to Nami's suspicious behavior being connected to their copy of Arlong's wanted poster, he and Johnny suspected earlier that there had to be a connection between Nami and Arlong. Meanwhile, in Arlong Park, base of Arlong's fishmen pirates, Arlong makes a deal with a marine, Nezumi. He presses Nezumi to relax and celebrate in the common language that they understand, money. However, Nezumi tells him he must press on before anyone recognizes his ship in port. Suddenly, Nami is introduced as one of the Arlong pirate officers and the only human Arlong can trust. Chapter 70 is titled The Great Adventure of Usopp the Man. Zoro, Usopp, and Johnny arrive in front of Arlong Park. In order to prevent Zoro from foolishly attacking the fishmen, he's tied up by Johnny and Usopp while they search for the Going Merry. They soon find it anchored near a local village. Usopp, who acted bravely once away from Arlong Park, becomes a coward again once he notices 3 fishmen next to the boat. He and Johnny flee into the sea once they have been spotted, leaving Zoro alone and powerless in front of the fishmen. When Usopp and Johnny pull themselves out of the sea, they notice that the village has been completely devastated and postulate it was destroyed by the fishmen. They are impressed by the power of these creatures. They find one of the fishmen has returned to the village, suspicious of Zoro being alone. While Johnny is able to hide himself, Usopp starts running until he bumps into a kid, Chabo, and a woman, Nojiko. When the fishman is about to capture them, Usopp decides to act bravely for once and tries to defend the 2 villages, but is knocked out by Nojiko. When he wakes up, the 3 of them are in Nojiko's house, in an orange farm. Nojiko tells them that nobody fights the fishmen because it's suicide. Chabo, a boy from Gosa village whose father has been killed, understands this and returns to his mother rather than seeking revenge. Usopp understands that Nojiko's intentions are not bad and tells her that he is looking for Nami. Nojiko then tells Usopp that Nami and her are adopted sisters and that Nami is a member of Arlong Pirates. Chapter 71 is titled Lords of All Creation. When Nojiko tells Usopp that the house he is currently in is the house where Nami lived as a child, as well as informing him that they are adopted sisters and telling him that their mother is dead, Usopp says that Nami betrayed her village since she joined Arlong Pirates, who controlled her hometown, Kosiyasi village. Nojiko questions Usopp's business with Nami. Usopp replies that he has some things to think about due to all the information he has received. Additionally, he says that all she wanted from the crew was for the treasure and asks why she saved his village and looked happy with them. Nojiko questions Nami being happy and then restates that he shouldn't start anything with the Arlong Pirates since it will lead to death. Usopp replies that he will just leave since he found the ship. After Nojiko points out the Going Merry, Usopp realizes that they landed near Kokoyasi village and Usopp begins to panic. Nojiko asks what's wrong and Usopp replies that he remembered that one of his crewmates was captured by the fishmen and is in a critical condition. Indeed, Zoro has been taken to Arlong Park, where he is questioned by Arlong. Zoro insults Arlong by calling him a half-fish mutant and restates that he is looking for a girl. Arlong says he will forgive Zoro once for the insult and says fishmen are superior to humans. Shortly after, Nami appears much to Zoro's surprise, seeing her aligned with Arlong. Arlong says she is an exception to the human race and informs him that she is the Arlong Pirates cartographer. Zoro questions why Nami would side with Arlong. Arlong questions if they know each other. Nami replies that he was just another victim. Then Zoro asks Nami if this is her true self, and she answers yes, and that she has been aligned with Arlong all along. After Nami's statement, Arlong laughs and calls her a cold-blooded witch who only wants money. Nami hides her scowl upon hearing Arlong make such a statement. Zoro notices this and jumps into the pool, shocking everyone. Nami dives into the water and saves Zoro. After the rescue, Nami asks what he was doing, to which Zoro remarks that he should be asking that question to her and says she shouldn't be acting tough. Nami replies that she does not want him involved in this anymore. Afterwards, Nami tells the fishman to lock Zoro up and she will kill him later. Shortly after, a fishman approaches Arlong saying that a long-nosed human got away. Arlong says that the human is probably in Kokoyasi village and says he has business to attend there anyway. In Kokoyasi village, the villagers hear of Arlong's coming and wonder what business he has since he already collected the tribute. Genzo answers by saying that Arlong found his weapons. Arlong arrives and begins questioning Genzo on the possession of weapons. Genzo answers that it is a hobby to collect weapons. Arlong says he cannot possess any weapons since all they do is bring violence. A frightened Usopp says he is not human. Nojiko replies that he is a fishman and says that Nami must be at Arlong Park since she is not with Arlong. Arlong threatens Genzo by stating back when he destroyed Ghosts of Village due to no one paying tributes. Nojiko explains to Usopp that a tribute is the money they pay every month in order for them to live under Arlong's protection. If one person does not pay in the village, the entire village is destroyed. Before leaving, Arlong tells the town to work hard for money since tribute time is approaching. Chapter 72 is titled Appropriate. Genzo is found to possess several weapons, which are forbidden by Arlong's rules. He announces to the crowd that weapons may be seen as the start of rebellion. As a result, Genzo shall be made an example of the inferiority of humans against fishmen and be executed in front of all the villagers. While the villagers of Kokoyasi village attempt to save the life of their friend, Genzo begs them to stay quiet, as it would mean that what they have endured for the past 8 years would have been for nothing. When Arlong is about to deliver the final blow to Genzo, he is struck by an explosion. Usopp laughs from the top of the buildings and delivers brave words of having 8,000 hardened killers ready to strike against him. Arlong goes berserk, and as an answer to Usopp's insult, he destroys the house on which he is staying. Afraid that their leader will destroy all the village, which they need to get money, the fishmen restrain him and promise to catch Usopp and take him back to Arlong Park. After Arlong's departure, and while the fishermen are trying to capture the running Usopp, Nami appears in the village. Everyone ignores her beside her sister. She has come to deposit flowers on a grave. She tells Nojiko that she only needs 7 million more berries until she can buy the village. Meanwhile, in Arlong Park, Zoro, who has been freed by Nami, has defeated every fishman at the park and awaits Arlong's return. Chapter 73 is titled Monsters of the Grand Line. Hatchan finishes preparing Mumu's meal and makes a trumpet sound to lure Mumu to his dinner. The sound alerts Zoro, who finds Hatchan sitting on the shore. Hatchan asks who he is, and Zoro responds that he is a guest. Hatchan responds that Arlong is away at Kokoyasi village and offers to transport him. Meanwhile, Luffy, Sanji, and Yusaku are confronted by the large sea creature, Mumu. Yusaku suspects he is hungry and suggests to give food to Mumu. Luffy responds by punching Mumu. Sanji then berates him for hurting the beast just because it's hungry and offers Mumu food. However, Sanji suddenly kicks Mumu for trying to bite his hand. He then knocks him out when he tries to retaliate. The group then proceed to eat their lunch. Meanwhile, Zoro arrives at Kokoyasi village. Arlong returns to Arlong Park to find his crewmates have been injured. When asked who did this, he finds out it was Zoro. At first, angered, he pacifies himself after learning that Usopp has been captured. Some of his crew hypothesize that Nami was the one that let him escape, saying that betrayal is her specialty, to which Nami responds that she would never betray the crew. She reminds the crew of her promise to buy back the village fair and square, and Arlong believes her. He says they need to take care of Usopp and Zoro, while Zoro finds out Usopp was captured and heads back toward Arlong Park, as well as Luffy and company. Chapter 74 is titled Business. Realizing it has been Zoro in their grasp all along, Arlong explains that since he has the highest bounty in all of East Blue, it's natural that a bounty hunter would want to take him out. He wonders where Zoro could be, to which Usopp responds that he doesn't know and asks to be let go. Though his lie doesn't fool anyone, Arlong then gets the idea to kill Usopp to get Zoro to show up. But Usopp tells him that this won't work and asks Nami for help, causing more doubt among the crew about Nami's loyalty. And Usopp berates her for betraying Luffy, saying that even now he still trusts her, to which Nami calls him an idiot. Hatchan then returns and is surprised that Arlong is back and that his comrades are hurt, and is even more surprised to learn that it was Zoro who did it, telling the crew that he just gave him a ride to Kokoyashi village because he was looking for Arlong and he thought Zoro was Arlong's guest, which makes Arlong happy that Zoro is looking for him. Hatchan then asks who Usopp is. Nami, in order to prove her allegiance, attacks Usopp. She announces she will kill him and appears to stab him from Arlong's point of view. Johnny watches unseen from the bushes. Nami then pushes Usopp into the pool, which solidifies the crew's trust of her, and she reminds them again of her goal, to purchase back her hometown village. Luffy, Sanji, Yosaku, and Zoro all arrive at Arlong Park and are pulled ashore by Mumu. Chapter 75 is titled, Of Sea Maps and Fishmen. The sea monster, Mumu, pulls Sanji and Luffy's boat at full speed onto the shore. Luffy and Sanji are then sent flying into the sky. Mumu crashes into the shore head first and sinks into the sea in pain. At the same time, Zoro is urgently trying to find Usopp. He hears a loud noise but pays no attention to it until he is caught in Sanji and Luffy's unconventional landing. Zoro explains that they have to hurry in order to save Usopp, who has been captured by Arlong before he is killed. Zoro is about to run off when Johnny appears and informs him that Usopp has already been killed by Nami. Everybody is in shock after hearing this. Meanwhile, the survivors of the Gossa village observe a marine ship approaching the shore. It is led by Commodore Pudding Pudding with the intent to liberate the inhabitants of the island. The Commodore tells his men that their goal will be to rescue the survivors of the island, as well as take out the pirates inhabiting it, as their sense of justice prevents them from overlooking a pirate base. Arlong questions the existence of the 77th branch of the Marines, as he has never heard of them before. He concludes that they must be new, so he tells his lieutenants to either buy them off for 2 million berries or to dispose of them if they turn down the bribe. Just as he finishes talking, his crew warns him of an impeding cannonball coming towards him. Arlong then catches the cannonball with his open mouth and crushes it with his monstrous jaw strength. He spits out the remains and tells Kurobe to cancel the negotiations. Arlong's top officers, Hatchan, Chu, and Kurobe, offer to get rid of the Marines. Moments later, Chu jumps onto the deck of the Marine ship and attacks everyone on board. At the same time, Kurobe tears off the ship's rudder and Hatchan pushes it into the reef. The combination results in the creation of a massive whirlpool that sucks in the ship, presumably killing everyone on board. As the officers return, Arlong apologizes for making the three go through all the trouble. They reply that it was nothing due to their fishmen's strength and the maps Nami has drawn, while claiming themselves to be invincible. Chu then asks Arlong whether he would let Nami go once she pays off her debt of 100 million berries, since she is an invaluable member of the Arlong Empire. Arlong replies that he would rather die before he breaks a promise regarding money. Back to Luffy's side, Luffy yells at Johnny while grabbing him by the collar, telling him that what he is saying is nonsense and that Nami would never hurt one of her crewmates. Just then, Nami appears and asks Luffy who he is calling a crewmate. Chapter 76 is titled Sleep. When Luffy refers to Nami as his crewmate, she tells him that he is no more than a nuisance. She says that she only stayed with them because of their money. Zoro argues with Sanji that he is making things more complicated with his romantic advances towards her. Sanji responds by saying that love is like a hurricane. Johnny interrupts their quibbling when he yells at Nami, calling her a witch. He says that all she cares about is getting all the money hidden in the Kokoyashi village, where she is willing to join the Arlong pirates and will go so far as to kill people in order to do so. He follows up by calling her a witch again and that she is cold-blooded. He swears that he saw her killing Usopp, Nami is unfazed and asks Johnny what he's going to do about it. Johnny is taken back by surprise. She also tells them that if they want to live, they better stay out of Arlong's business because he is infuriated by Zoro's stunt. Nami says that Luffy and his crew may be monsters, but they are no match for the real monster. Zoro responds by saying that he couldn't care less and asks where Usopp is. Nami tells him that he is at the bottom of the ocean. Irritated, Zoro tries to attack Nami, but Sanji stops him. The two of them begin to argue. Zoro tells him to not interfere when he has no idea what is going on. Sanji ignores him and tells him that he is just irritated after his loss with Mihawk. Zoro gets mad and points his sword towards Sanji's neck. Sanji taunts him and tells him to just try. Yosaku tells the two of them to stop because they are in a serious situation right now. Nami tells them to leave and go fight elsewhere, and she couldn't care less, bidding them farewell. Luffy then immediately falls asleep on the spot, announcing that he is sleepy and could not care less about what is happening on the island. Nami then yells at him, saying that he can die for all she cares. Afterwards, Johnny and Yosaku decide to part ways with Luffy and the others because they are afraid of getting hunted down and killed by Arlong. They tell everyone that they will meet again one day. Meanwhile, Usopp, who is revealed to be alive, wanders through Kokoyashi village. He wonders and asks himself why Nami would pretend to kill him but stabs her own hand instead. It then occurs to him that Nami was actually trying to save him from being killed by Arlong and comes to the conclusion that she is not a witch. Following the realization, Usopp decides to look for Zoro. He remembers that the octopus guy told him that Zoro was looking for Arlong earlier. Terrified, he assumes that Zoro would have returned to Arlong Park to search for him. He decides to run straight for Arlong Park in order to save his crewmate. However, he spots Zoro in the distance as he is running. At the same time, Sanji asks Zoro if he thinks that Nami killed Usopp. Zoro tells him that it is a possibility as she got pissed after Usopp called her small last time. Sanji gets angry, thinking that Zoro was referring to Nami's breast size. Sanji and Zoro then clash, but Usopp gets into the crossfire and gets his face injured. Meanwhile, Nojiko is out in the tangerine fields and hears the house door slamming shut. She goes inside and notices Nami with her head on the desk. Nojiko comments on the mess of thrown furniture and broken glass on the floor which Nami has made and asks her if anything is wrong. Nami says that she was only taking a little rest at first before opening up to her sister. Nojiko then understands that her friends have come to take her back, and she understands why she is upset, as nothing upsets Nami more than having to say the word friend. Back with the Straw Hats, Luffy is shocked by Usopp's face. He asks him if Nami was responsible for it. Sanji and Zoro take responsibility for it. Usopp tells Luffy that Nami had saved him, and he feels that Nami had joined the Arlong pirates for another reason. Nojiko then appears and tells them that it's useless, and there is no way they could change Arlong's rule. She then agrees to tell the crew about Nami's past, but they must leave after she is done. Back at the village, 16th Marine Branch Captain Nozumi appears with his team and asks Genzo to lead them to Nami's house. Chapter 77 is titled The First Step Toward a Dream. 8 years ago, a 10-year-old Nami lived with her adoptive sister Nojiko and their adoptive mother, Belmia, who raised them on an orange farm. One day, Nami was caught by a local policeman, Genzo, when she attempted to steal a book. She explained they were poor and could not afford to buy the navigation book she desired. She needed the book to accomplish her dream, to travel around the world. Genzo took pity upon the young girl and bought the book for her. Upon returning her to Belmia, Genzo demanded she be taught respect. Belmia stood up for the girl and told him she'd pay him back with love when she could. As she shut the door, she explained that Nami should have asked for the book. Belmia would have purchased it for her. With the book, Nami was soon able to draw her first map of their island. One night, while Belmia gave Nami an old dress of Nojiko's, Nami complained that it was a hand-me-down and how the three of them were not blood-related. She yelled in a fit how she wished she had been adopted by a family with more money. Angry, Belmia slapped her and told Nami that she could leave the house and live the life she wanted. Nami took refuge in Genzo's house. He explains to her how Belmia found her and Nojiko Bellmere served in a war as a Marine, and she was heavily wounded during a battle. When she returned with the two little girls who had lost their parents, she collapsed, and in her potentially final breath, she begged for her village members to save the children. As she looked down at the infant Nami, Nami could only smile as she was unaware of her surroundings and only knew joy. In the present, upon hearing the story, Nami came to realize that the love bond between the three of them was stronger than blood. She returned with Nojiko, who had been searching for her. However, at the same time, pirates accosted the island. Sea pirates, Arlong and his fishermen, had arrived, and they declared that the land now belonged to them. Chapter 78 is titled Bellmere-san. In order to stay alive, every villager had to pay 100,000 berries and 50,000 more per child to the Arlong pirates. Everyone in Kokoyashi village was able to pay, and they were preparing to leave. However, one noticed Bellmere's isolated house when he noticed smoke coming up from a chimney in the trees. Genzo knew very well that she could not afford to pay such a high price. He asked her two adoptive daughters, Nami and Nojiko, to flee and hide. When the fishmen arrived at Bellmere's house, she attacked them. However, she was no match against their brute force. When Genzo told her about the pirates' demands, she agreed and gave Arlong 100,000 berries. The pirates believed she was paying for herself, as one adult, but as they are about to leave, she told them that the money was for her two adoptive daughters. She could not abandon them, and after expressing her love to the two, they attempted to run to her side. She accepted her fate as Arlong raised his gun to her head and told them it would be a warning to all villagers who could not pay. A loud bang erupted, and the two children buried their crying faces in horror as their mother was executed. Chapter 79 is titled To Live. After Bellmere's death, Nami was kidnapped when Arlong discovered her ability for drawing maps. All the villagers decided to fight to take her back, but she suddenly came back by herself, revealing that she was now part of Arlong's crew. She even showed that she could earn all the money she wanted. Disgusted by this selfish behavior, the villagers rejected her. But when Nojiko went to her mother's grave, Nami was already sitting there. She explained to her sister that in order to accomplish their mother's last wish and live, they could not rebel against Arlong, who was too strong for them. Instead, she decided to draw maps for him, revealing that she would be able to buy her village back for 100 million berries. Chapter 80 is titled, A Crime is a Crime. Nojiko continues to tell the Straw Hats the story of why Nami joined the Arlong pirates. She tells them that Nami sacrificed herself at a young age so that no one else in the village would get killed by Arlong like their mother did. Sanji and Usopp are infuriated by this. Meanwhile, Zoro sleeps through the story. Sanji exclaims that he would kill those pirates, but he gets hit on the head by Nojiko. She warns him not to speak in such a manner. Nojiko tells the crew that by going around and calling Nami their friend, they are putting her 8 years of hard work in jeopardy by making the Arlong pirates doubt her. She tells them not to make Nami suffer any more than she already has. In the meantime, Nojiko continues telling her stories of her and Nami's past. Flashbacks show Nami entering Arlong's crew so that she could earn 100 million berries and buy the village freedom back along with her own. She remembers just how recently Nami only had 7 million berries more to collect before her goal would be realized. Back at the village, Genzo arrives at Nami's house with a company of the Marine Captain of the 16th Branch, Nezumi. The Marine Captain asks her if she is the criminal he heard about. Nami replies that she guesses she is, noting that she is working for Arlong. She tells him that she is part of his pirate crew and that he should let her be. Nezumi laughs and says that he has no idea what she is talking about. He denounces Nami as a petty thief and that the money she stole from many pirates is property of the government. Nami threatens Nezumi once again that she is part of Arlong's crew, but he remains unfazed. Nezumi orders the Marines to ignore her and search the premises for the money. Nami angrily yells at them to get away and attacks them with her staff. Genzo yells at Nezumi, telling him that the money was being used to save the village since the Marines wouldn't do anything about their current conditions under Arlong. Nami is surprised that Genzo knew about the money. Genzo reveals that he and the villagers knew about the money and what Nami was trying to do all along. They learned about it from Nojiko and never told Nami that they knew because they were afraid of pressuring her and ended up making her run away from it all. At the same moment, Nojiko also arrives at the scene and denounces the Marines for their actions and for failing to save the village. Once again, Nezumi ignores the accusations. Nami is suspicious of Nezumi because he knew exactly how much money Nami was hiding and laughed when Nojiko said that Arlong would attack his ship if he lingered around too long. Nami finally understands that Nezumi is a corrupt Marine and that he has been sent by Arlong to take her money. Nami then goes to confront Arlong for breaking their agreement. Annoyed, Arlong grabs Nami by the mouth and laughs, telling her he did no such thing. He says he technically never broke the agreement. Nami curses him for deceiving her by way of using a loophole. Chapter 81 is titled Tears. On the marine ship docked outside Kokoyashi village, Nezumi gleefully examines the money he stole from Nami, laughing at her stupidity to work for Arlong for her freedom this long. Meanwhile, Nami confronts Arlong in Arlong Park over her money being stolen, and Arlong acts as though Nezumi stealing it was out of his control, saying Nami will just have to start saving 100 million berries again from scratch. He reminds her that if she tries to run away, he will kill the residents of Kokoyashi village, and Nami remembers Genzo telling her that they had kept this threat secret to her in case she wanted to run away. Nami breaks free and runs out of Arlong Park, followed by Arlong's jeering. Back in Kokoyashi village, a furious Genzo tells the villagers to prepare to take up arms to fight the Arlong pirates, while Nami is desperately running back to stop them, as she knows they'll die if they fight, and that would be the end of everything. Genzo tells the villagers that they promised each other 8 years ago that they would endure the fishmen's cruelty as long as it took for Nami to buy back the village. But they can no longer keep living under these conditions if Arlong has no intention of ever letting them go. However, he shouts that they'll never forgive the fishmen for toying around with Nami's good heart, and all the villagers agree with him, stating that they are more than ready to fight, and have been for 8 years. However, Nami reaches them and tries to assure them that she is readily willing to save up the money again, even saying it would be easier this time. The villagers are shocked and deeply moved by her efforts. In Arlong Park, Chu laughingly comments that Arlong can be pretty heartless, with Arlong replying that he's not just going to let a navigator of Nami's ability get away from him. However, Arlong replies he isn't completely heartless and that he will let Nami go eventually, but only after she has made a map of the entire world, as he and the other fishermen roar with laughter upon realizing that will take decades. Meanwhile, Genzo does not listen to Nami's assurances, telling her that she knows it would be in vain. He embraces her, commending her for the efforts she had made to liberate them, which almost moves Nami to tears. Genzo then tells her to leave the village, and Nojiko backs him up, encouraging her sister to go and pursue her dream. Now desperate, Nami pulls out a dagger, declaring that she does not wish to see any of them hurt again, and telling them that they'll die. But Genzo displays his dedication by grabbing the dagger, cutting his hand in the process, and the villagers say their hearts are set. Genzo shouts at Nami to get out of the way, and the villagers race past her towards Arlong Park, declaring their will to fight even if it is likely they will lose, leaving Nami kneeling in the middle of the street. Driven to her breaking point by rage, grief, and despair, Nami grabs the dagger and begins to psychotically stab herself in the shoulder where her tattoo is, repeatedly screaming Arlong's name as tears run down her face. However, Luffy comes and grabs Nami's arm before she can harm herself further. Keeping her back to him, Nami tells Luffy that he doesn't know anything about what's happening here and that she already told him to leave the island because this has nothing to do with him, throwing a few handfuls of dirt in his direction. Luffy acknowledges both these points, but he doesn't move or say anything further. Nami finally breaks down in tears, turns to face Luffy, and begs him to help her. Luffy responds by silently putting his straw hat on her head before he walks forward and declares extremely loudly that he will help. Nami is shocked to have the straw hat on her head, knowing Luffy's attachment to it, and is moved to fresh tears, as well as when she watches Luffy walk towards the rest of his crewmates who are waiting just ahead and tells them to come with him, to which they immediately agree. Meanwhile, the villagers have reached Arlong Park only to find a battered and bloodied Johnny and Yusaki sitting in front of the gate. The pair mentions how they heard Nami's backstory from the woods, and ashamed at having doubted her character, went to confront the Arlong pirates, but were defeated. The two bounty hunters do not intend to let the villagers pass them, as they have no chance of winning, and instead are waiting for another group of men, to the villagers' confusion. Inside Arlong Park, Arlong wonders if Johnny and Yusaku were part of Zoro's crew, and Kurubu doubts it, saying they were too weak for that. Just then, Luffy punches the gate off its hinges and asks which of the fishmen is Arlong, much to Arlong's shock and irritation. Chapter 82 is titled, "Okay, Let's Stand Up." After Luffy's explosive entrance, Arlong identifies himself, to which Luffy does likewise as he walks towards him. He is stopped by two of Arlong's men, stating that he needs to speak to them before continuing. But Luffy simply slams the two heads together and knocks them out, which shocks Arlong and the other crew members. Arlong asks what another pirate wants with him, but Luffy ignores his attempts at diplomacy and throws a huge punch in the fishman captain's face, sending him crashing into the opposite wall, appalling the rest of the Arlong pirates. While doing so, he remembers Nami's tearful plea for help. Arlong doesn't seem to be hurt, despite what just happened, and instead angrily wonders what Luffy is doing, as Luffy furiously shouts that Arlong made his navigator cry. After this declaration of war, the fishmen attack Luffy. However, they are easily knocked back by a few kicks from Sanji, further angering Arlong. As the rest of the crew enter, Sanji berates Luffy for rushing in ahead, but Luffy replies that he won't lose. Sanji retorts he wasn't worried about Luffy and simply wanted him to leave some fighting for the rest of them. In the very back, Usopp says he doesn't mind if Luffy doesn't share, and Zoro needles him over his lack of courage. The rest of the pirates are surprised to see Zoro, with Hat-chan particularly enraged after Zoro tricked him, and they are shocked to see that Usopp is still alive as well. Just outside, the rest of the villagers are astonished by the Straw Hat's abilities. Johnny and Yusaku state that if even those four can't defeat the fishmen, there's no hope for the East Blue, and they again make their dedication to preventing the villagers from interfering. Genzo demands to know why these men are going so far for their sake, and the pair simply declare that it's enough of a reason that they made Nami cry. Arlong realizes that the four are here for Nami, but he simply laughs, asking what humans can possibly do to fishmen. Hat-chan states that Arlong doesn't have time to waste on them, as he summons Mumu with his trumpet call, to the horror of the villagers and Usopp, as it's revealed he was the one who destroyed Gosa. However, Mumu is still hurt from his earlier encounter with Luffy and Sanji, who are not very surprised to see him again. Remembering the beating he received at their hands, Mumu turns and runs, to Hat-chan's bewilderment. Arlong then demands to know if Mumu is running, and while he says he won't stop him, he smiles evilly while doing so. Mumu freezes and begins shaking in fear before deciding he's more afraid of Arlong than he is of the Straw Hats, and turns around and charges them, with the rest of the fishmen following. As the Straw Hats crew ready for a fight, Luffy angrily states that this is a waste of time. He stomps the ground hard enough to embed himself in the rock up to his ankles, winds his body up, and stretches his arm out to grab Mumu's horns, shocking the fishmen with his reveal of his devil fruit abilities. Zoro shouts for Sanji to run for it, as he has a bad feeling about what Luffy's about to do, which is confirmed as Luffy uses his wound-up body to swing Mumu around him in a giant circle, slamming him into fishmen and the pillars holding up the canopy of the tower, collapsing them. Luffy then sends the unconscious sea cow flying off into the water, as he dramatically turns to Arlong and states that he's only here to beat up him. Arlong, now thoroughly enraged, declares that's perfect, as he now plans on killing Luffy himself. Hat-chan, Kurubi, and Chu prepare to enter the fight themselves, which Zoro is excited about. Meanwhile, Usopp and Sanji angrily berate Luffy for his reckless move. Chapter 83 is titled, Luffy in Black. The citizens of Kokoyashi Village express their shock at Luffy knocking out Mumu with his windmill attack, and the Straw Hats prepare to take on the Arlong pirates. Chu, Hatchan, and Kurobe tell Arlong that he can sit back while they deal with the Straw Hats, as if he were to fight, Arlong Park could end up being destroyed. And Hatchan shoots out a massive ink spray from his mouth. Luffy is caught by the ink spray and is blinded. He also accidentally planted his feet in the concrete and cannot move. Hatchan picks up a massive piece of the tower that Luffy damaged and slams it into him, but Sanji steps in and destroys the piece with his leg. Sanji addresses the fishmen, who try telling him about their superiority to humans, while Usopp unsuccessfully tries pulling Luffy out of the ground. Hatchan ignores Sanji to throw another chunk of the tower at Luffy, but he is confronted by Zoro. Hatchan throws the large chunk at Zoro and expresses his anger at what the human pirate did to his comrades earlier. But Zoro pays it little mind and simply states that the Arlong pirates will be beaten. Usopp is relieved that Zoro took on Hatchan, but accidentally lets go of Luffy, causing him to snap back to where his feet are planted and hit Chu with the recoil. An enraged Chu chases after Usopp, who runs all the way out of Arlong Park. Chu stops in front of the citizens and notes that their weapons indicate a rebellion against the Arlong pirates, but Usopp then snipes him with KN Boshi. Usopp tells Chu that he is his enemy, but starts running once Chu chases him again, confusing the citizens. Meanwhile, Arlong gets up despite Kurobe's protest, but says that he only wants to say something. Luffy throws a punch at him, but Arlong catches it. He asks Luffy if he really thinks he can beat them, and Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji affirm this. Arlong then decides to not say anything, as he instead picks up a chunk of the concrete Luffy is stuck in, planning to throw it into the water and drown the pirate. Luffy tries attacking him, but Arlong catches the punch with his mouth and injures Luffy's arm with his teeth. Luffy retaliates by biting Arlong's arm, but this does nothing as Arlong throws him into the pool. Luffy becomes immobilized as he sinks due to the concrete and his devil fruit abilities, and Sanji tries to go in and save him, but Zoro says that the Arlong pirates were baiting them into a trap, and they would need to take out the fishmen to save Luffy. Chapter 84 is titled Zombie. Zoro and Sanji confront Hatchan and Kurobe as Luffy sinks helplessly into the bottom of the pool, and Arlong laughs at his weakness as a human. Zoro says he will finish off Hatchan in 5 minutes as he races towards the fishman. Hatchan spits out ink at him, and Zoro dodges it, but he ends up only cutting off 2 sections of Hatchan's spiky hair. Hatchan says he will forgive Zoro since he can grow it back, and Sanji notices that Zoro is looking weak. Kurobe tries attacking the distracted cook, but Sanji dodges his strike and says that a fish should not insult a cook. As Luffy starts to suffocate when he hits the bottom of the pool, Hatchan tells Zoro he is very strong against swordsmen. Zoro raises his sword to attack, and Hatchan claps his arms together to defend himself. But Zoro easily cuts his arm, leaving the swordsman at a loss as to what the fishman is doing. Hatchan becomes sticky and jumps up to a pillar, which he sticks to. Zoro grows increasingly annoyed with him for wasting his time, and Hatchan notes that Zoro is only using one sword before he says that he has not gotten serious with him yet. Outside of Arlong Park, Johnny and Yusaku think that Hatchan is playing mind games with Zoro and decide to go help Luffy. However, Genzo stops them, reminding them that they are severely injured. He says he will go and help Luffy, and Nojiko and the other Kokoyashi village residents offer to help him, but he refuses in order to be unseen by the Arlong pirates. Nojiko insists on going despite having received injuries as well, pointing out that the Straw Hats were fighting for her sister's sake, and Genzo reluctantly relents as they head into Arlong Park. Meanwhile, Zoro collapses and Sanji realizes that the wounds Mihawk gave him have still not healed. Seizing his opportunity, Hatchan punches the pillar to cause it to fall onto Zoro, but Zoro quickly gets up and throws the fishman in front of him, causing the pillar to fall onto him. Zoro collapses again immediately afterwards, and Sanji, Johnny, and Yusaku reflect on the severity of his wounds. However, Sanji's distraction allows Kurobe to land a hit on him, sending him flying all the way into the wall. Kurobe states that he is a level 40 fishman karate practitioner, as Sanji, having gone through the wall, lands behind the Kokoyashi village citizens. With the Straw Hats seemingly defeated, Arlong tells Kurobe to throw Zoro into the pool. He asks Hachan when he is going to come out of the rubble, and Hachan bursts out in a rage, saying that he is the number 2 swordsman on Fishman Island with his 6-sword style. At first, Kurobe mocks his display since Zoro was down, but Zoro then gets up, saying that the Fishman's 6 swords were nothing special and that he would not die until he meets Mihawk again. He tells Johnny and Yusaku to lend him their swords, and as this is happening, Sanji gets up and heads back to Arlong Park, saying that Zeph's kicks were 10 times stronger than Kurobe's punch. Meanwhile, Genzo and Nojiko dive down toward Luffy, while Usopp continues running away from Chu. Chapter 85 is titled 3-Sword Style vs 6-Sword Style. Johnny and Yusaku, though worried about Zoro's injuries, know their comrade is the only one who can stand against Hachan, and they throw their swords at him as he puts on his bandana. Although he puts on a confident front, Zoro knows he could pass out at any time, and as Hachan prepares to overwhelm him with his 6-sword style, Zoro does not make a move to catch Johnny and Yusaku's swords, much to their shock. However, at the last second, Zoro dodges Hachan's 3-sword jab as he grabs Johnny and Yusaku's swords and attempts to attack the Fishman. Hachan leaps out of the way and is confident that Zoro will be unable to deal with all 6 of his swords, but Zoro parries his strikes and cuts him vertically across the chest. The Fishmen, villagers, and Johnny and Yusaku are stunned by Zoro's attack, but the wound only angers Hachan. He states that Zoro cannot logically beat him since Zoro has 3 swords compared to his 6. But Zoro counters that their blades have different weight as he remembers his encounter with Mihawk. Hachan does not understand his comment since his swords physically weigh more at 300 kilograms each, but Zoro says no more as Hachan begins to attack again. He brings all his swords together and jabs them at Zoro, and Zoro counters them. However, Hachan suddenly spreads out his arms at different directions, moving Zoro's arms and leaving him exposed. Hachan then headbutts Zoro and sends him flying into the air, putting him on the verge of unconsciousness. Hachan spins his swords over his head to dice up Zoro when he lands on them, but Zoro manages to spin on top of his swords and cut his hands. Hachan lets go of his swords and writhes in pain, growing even angrier as he prepares to finish Zoro off. Intent on surpassing his limits and not passing out, Zoro meets Hachan's attack head-on. He then manages to break Hachan's swords, telling him that this is what he meant by their sword having different weights. Hachan tries attacking with rapid punches, but Zoro cuts him up with a whirlwind slash, sending him flying up into the air and landing on the ground, defeated. Kurobe then prepares to attack Zoro, but Sanji blocks his strike. Kurobe is surprised that he managed to live after taking one of his punches, but Sanji says that people from the Baratai could have taken it as well, causing Kurobe to state he is being underestimated. Meanwhile, Genzo and Nojiko attempt to break the rock Luffy is trapped in at the bottom of the pool, with Luffy already having swallowed a lot of water. Genzo cannot break the rock as the two quickly run out of oxygen, but they get an idea. Chapter 86 is titled Chivalry vs Fishman Karate. With Zoro having defeated Hachan and Sanji confronting Kurobe, Zoro prepares to go underwater and rescue Luffy. Sanji says that Zoro will die from his injuries underwater, but Zoro replies that they have no time left, causing Sanji to jump in instead. Zoro is horrified as Kurobe gleefully looks forward to fighting in his natural element, jumping into the water to go after Sanji. As Sanji goes down, he sees Genzo pumping Luffy's chest, and Luffy's neck is stretched to the shore, bringing his head above water as Nojiko holds it there. Luffy coughs up some of the water he swallowed, making Nojiko hopeful, and Sanji knows that all he has to do is break the rock Luffy's feet are encased in and free him. However, Kurobe suddenly catches up to Sanji and strikes the back of his neck, and he then sees Genzo with Luffy, causing him to go after the villager. Sanji grabs Kurobe's legs and hold him back, and Kurobe is enthused by Sanji challenging him in an environment where he is not only much stronger, but Sanji is weakened by not being able to breathe. Kurobe wraps Sanji in his ponytail, and Sanji tries kicking him, but the power of the kick has been reduced by half, and Kurobe easily dodges it. In contrast, Kurobe's attacks are unaffected and even sometimes strengthened, and he lands multiple powerful strikes on Sanji. After the assault, Sanji desperately tries to swim up to breathe, but Kurubi smugly blocks him. Kurubi mocks Sanji's chivalry, saying that this is how far it got him, and that once he died, Kurubi would kill all his friends and allies, meaning he could not save a single person. Kurubi then grabs Sanji by the neck and prepares to drag him to the sea floor very quickly. The sudden change in water pressure will rupture Sanji's organs. Sanji coughs blood when he is brought to the sea floor, and on land, the Kokoyashi villagers wonder in concern about the statuses of Sanji, Genzo, and Nojiko. Sanji remains alive after the sudden change in pressure, and he points upward. Kurubi decides to do this again and swims back up towards the top. Knowing that fishmen breathe through their gills underwater, Sanji bites Kurubi's gills, blocking them and causing him to suffocate. Sanji is freed from Kurubi's grasp and comes back up for air, shocking Zoro and Arlong. He tells Zoro that Luffy is sort of fine and tells Kurubi to come up so he can kill him. Kurubi comes up and thinks nothing of fighting on land, as he is confident that he will still overpower Sanji and kill him with his ultimate attack. However, Sanji quickly barrages Kurubi with powerful kicks, and a stunned Kurubi quickly tries to use his ultimate attack, but Sanji finishes him off with Mouton Shot, asking him if he wants any dessert as he flies away. Chapter 87 is titled, It's All Over. Sanji sends Kurubi crashing into Arlong Park's main building, and Arlong looks on in shock and anger at Kurubi and Hachan lying in defeat. Sanji waves the two fishmen off as nothing special, and Arlong confronts him and Zoro in a rage, saying they are still far from winning. Zoro asks Sanji what he meant by his mixed report on Luffy's status, and Sanji replies that Luffy will not die, but he will need to go back down to the ocean floor to free their captain. However, Arlong will likely be standing in their way. Meanwhile, Nojiko looks on as she holds Luffy's head above water, shocked that Hachan and Kurubi were defeated. Genzo comes back up for air, cursing his inability to hold his breath long enough. Nojiko offers to switch places with him, and Genzo asks about the situation with the Straw Hats and the Arlong pirates. Still surprised at what is going on, Nojiko states that there may actually be hope for all of them. Elsewhere, Usopp lies on the ground in a bloody mess. Thinking he killed the pirate with a single shot of his Mezi Depot, Chu walks back to Arlong Park, complaining about the trouble chasing Usopp had caused him, and saying that Hachan and Kurubi should have dispatched the others by now. However, Usopp is actually fine, having used his special ketchup star to fool Chu. He does feel sorry for Nami about all the destruction the fishmen have caused, but decides to cut his losses and pretend that he lost to Chu in a hard-fought battle, packing dirt on his body to make his lie more believable. However, as he does this, he recalls the words of his crewmates and the Kokoyashi village residents he met, remembering how determined they all were to stop Arlong and what they had told him about Nami's dedication to freeing the village. As a result, Usopp can no longer justify his decision, bitterly denouncing how pathetic he is. He then yells out to Chu, who turns around to confront him. Usopp reflects that he needed to leave his comfort zone behind when he left his village, knowing that the true joy of being a pirate can only come from putting one's life on the line and giving one's all every day, knowing that he has no right to sail or laugh with his crewmates if he does not fight seriously. Usopp shoots a cane boshi at Chu. However, Chu easily snuffs out the shot with his water abilities and punches Usopp hard in the face. With Usopp's blood dripping from his fist, Chu says it would have been smarter if the sniper had continued to fake his death. Usopp initially seems to be giving up, and Chu stomps on his chest, but he suddenly pulls his hammer out of his bag and hits Chu's leg with it. Usopp then shoots Chu with a rubber band, giving him enough time to run and hide in the woods. As Chu looks around, a bottle of rum suddenly comes flying toward him, which he catches. However, the bottle suddenly ruptures as Usopp shoots it with a Namari Boshi, covering Chu in rum and cutting him with the bottle shards. Chu gets extremely annoyed with Usopp's stunts and sucks in water from a nearby pool in order to draw out the pirate from his hiding spot. Though he is hiding, Usopp is intent on continuing to fight, although he becomes very frightened when Chu fires a large blast of water that brings down many of the trees nearby. The exasperated Chu finds Usopp while the latter is looking at the destruction, and barrages him with Haipatsu Mizidepo. Despite being ultimately overwhelmed, Usopp still promises the people he left behind at home to act like a real pirate, saying his pretend pirate days are over. Chu then kicks down the tree Usopp is hiding behind, drawing blood as he is caught by its sharp edges. Chu wonders what Usopp said was over, and Usopp replies that it was their fight, shooting a cane boshi that ignites the alcohol covering Chu's body, setting him ablaze and defeating him. Chapter 88 is titled Die. The chapter begins right after Usopp lit Chu on fire. Chu begins to run towards the pool of water, but Usopp comes from behind and hits him with Usopp Hammer towards the water. As Chu begins to get up, Usopp strikes him again with Usopp Hammer 3 times, then with Usopp Wagamu, and then again with Usopp Hammer. Following the succession of attacks, Chu is KO'd and Usopp begins to celebrate his victory. He starts shouting that even he can do it, and that the fishman shouldn't underestimate him. The scene moves to Kokoyashi village, behind Nami and Nojiko's house. Nami is sitting on a chair with her bow staff, bandaging her shoulder after she cut herself with a knife. Nami begins to think that she cried and complained enough, and now she has to go to Arlong Park, since everyone else is fighting. The scene moves to Arlong Park, where Arlong is sitting in the middle of a scene in front of Zoro and Sanji, knocked down on the ground. A citizen of Kokoyashi village can't believe his eyes. Yosaku wonders what did Arlong do. Johnny mentions that the fishman only threw some water, but this knocked down both Zoro and Sanji and had them cough up blood. Meanwhile, Luffy is still sitting on the sea floor, with Nojiko trying to pump water out of him, and with his head in Genzo's hands, stretched just above the surface. One of Luffy's fingers start to move. As Sanji begins to get up, Yosaku shouts to him not to stand up. Johnny is worried about Luffy's situation. Arlong mocks the two, saying that he doesn't even need to touch them and that a little water is enough to kill them. He comments that this is the difference between their species. Sanji tells him to shut up and attacks him with the Poitorine shoot, which Arlong easily evades and then attacks Sanji again with water, knocking him down. Sanji coughs up blood and thinks that fighting is only a game for the fishmen, and that water splashes feel like a shotgun blast. Sanji realizes that Arlong is on a whole other level. Arlong mocks Sanji again, saying that he should just die and that his life is worth nothing. Then Nami appears, to everyone's surprise. Arlong tells her that he was about to kill the pirates and asks her why did she come. Nami answers that she came in order to kill him. Arlong begins to laugh at this, commenting on the numerous times that she tried to kill him in the past 8 years, by assassination, poisoning, or surprise attacks. He then tells her that she should know that it's impossible for humans to kill him. Arlong follows, saying that he's not going to kill her or let her escape, and that she will be her cartographer forever. The fishman continues by commenting that he is an understanding guy, and that he doesn't want to chain a young woman if possible, so it would be better for him if Nami joined him out of her own will. He then makes Nami an offer. Even though he's planning to kill everyone present, if Nami joins Arlong as his cartographer, he will spare the Kokoyashi village citizens' lives, but he won't spare Sanji and Zoro because they made him angry. Arlong asks Nami if she chooses to side with him and spare the villagers, or if she sides with the pirates and attempts to fight him. He then comments that because their strongest fighters have been incapacitated, losing is inevitable. Arlong asks Nami again if she sides with him or with the pirates. Nami begins to think about what to choose, thinking that a single word from her can decide everyone's lives. She then remembers Luffy's words that he will save her. While the villagers get angry that Arlong is forcing Nami to join him, Nami thinks that she can't doubt her friend's words. She then apologizes to all the villagers and asks them if they would die with her. All the villagers scream in approval. Then Luffy woke up, shooting a jet of water out of his mouth. Sanji comments that the plan worked and that all they need to do is free Luffy's legs. Zoro realizes what the plan was. Johnny and Yusaku realize that Luffy is back. Genzo asks Luffy if he is awake. Zoro and Sanji get up and the swordsman tells the cook that he has 30 seconds because he won't last more than that. Sanji then jumps into the water, saying that that's more time than he needs. Arlong also realizes that Luffy is back. Zoro tells Arlong that he shouldn't pay attention to that and calls him a half-fish mutant. The fish man threatens Zoro, saying that he told him not to call him that again. Sanji is close to reaching Luffy. Suddenly, Usopp appears and shoots Arlong with Tamago Boshi. Usopp starts shouting that he will back Zoro. Johnny and Yusaku start wondering where the sniper is, commenting that he is brave. Usopp tells Zoro to fight without any worries, as everyone realizes that he was hiding in the hole in the wall made by Sanji earlier when he was hit by Karubi. Usopp happily tells Nami that he defeated one of the officers of the Arlong pirates by himself. Genzo asks Luffy if he can pull himself out on his own, but Luffy answers that he can't feel any strength in his body. As Sanji almost reaches Luffy's body, he says to himself that he is counting on Luffy, their only hope. However, Hatchan starts to get up, saying that he won't let them do as they please. Chapter 89 is titled Trade-Off. Sanji goes to free Luffy from his rock entrapment underwater, but as Zoro confronts Arlong, the fishman states that he wishes to find out who interfered and kept Luffy alive. Wanting to distract Arlong, Usopp shouts at him and shoots a rubber band at him, but Arlong's attention remains on Zoro. Zoro swings his sword at Arlong's face, only for the fishman's long nose to counter it. Arlong says that his unbreakable nose is his greatest pride as Hatchan gets back up. Initially frightened due to thinking that Usopp's rubber band was heading for him, Hatchan gets angry and dives into the water to kill Sanji, shocking Zoro. Arlong tells Zoro that his group will die no matter what before headbutting him in the chest, causing him to cry out in pain. Sanji reaches Nojiko and Luffy at the bottom of the pool, and he prepares to destroy Luffy's rock with a kick. Nojiko notices Hatchan pursuing him. She goes behind Sanji to shield him from Hatchan's rapid punches, and Sanji is shocked as he sees Hatchan attacking. Above water, Usopp shouts to Zoro as he climbs over the wall to Arlong Park, and Arlong lifts the swordsman by the neck. Wondering why Zoro is bandaged so much, Arlong rips the bandages off and is shocked to see the gruesome wound on Zoro's chest. He prepares to kill Zoro, but Zoro exclaims that Hatchan's wounds would not have reopened if he had stayed down. Arlong initially thinks Zoro is talking about himself, but Zoro reveals who he was talking to, and underwater, Hatchan's wounds reopen before he can attack Nojiko and Sanji. With Hatchan taken out, Sanji quickly destroys Luffy's rock with a kick, and Luffy's body shoots up to where his head is, sending him flying over Arlong Park. The Straw Hats, townspeople, and their allies rejoice at Luffy's arrival, and Luffy grabs Zoro and throws him out of the way in order to switch places with him. Luffy then unleashes a rabid string of attacks on Arlong, which overwhelm the fishman and leave him lying at the foot of the tower. Arlong gets up without taking significant damage, but Luffy responds that that was just his warm-up exercise. Meanwhile, Zoro swears to kill Luffy after landing on the ground. Chapter 90 is titled, What Can You Do? After receiving some blows from Luffy, Arlong acknowledges the Straw Hat captain's strength, but says it would have been better for Luffy to die underwater, as he will now have to deal with Arlong's rage at his crew's actions. The nearby onlookers grow tense at the confrontation between Luffy and Arlong, and Sanji casually remarks that they will all die if Arlong beats Luffy, with Nojiko adding that all of East Blue will be doomed as well. Arlong asks Luffy if he knows what the difference between them is, and Luffy answers with sincerity that it is their different body parts, noses, etc. This shocks Johnny and Yusaku and enrages Arlong, who replies that it is their race, as he lunges toward Luffy and tries to bite him. Luffy barely manages to repeatedly dodge Arlong's rapidly encroaching jaws, and his situation seems to be hopeless when Arlong pins him to a pillar by the neck, but he manages to pull his head out of the path of Arlong's jaws by stretching his neck. This causes Arlong to bite into the pillar behind Luffy, and Usopp is initially confident that the fishman's teeth will break, only for the opposite to happen as Arlong's bite causes the stone pillar to shatter. Johnny and Yusaku are terrified, and Sanji notes that Luffy's body would be completely torn apart if Arlong manages to get his jaws around it. Arlong boasts in the power of his teeth, saying that the humans' lack of this power makes them the inferior species, but Luffy retorts by saying he can just crush stone with his fists. Johnny and Yusaku agree with Luffy's remark, but Arlong calls it frivolous as he charges at Luffy, shouting about how weak humans are, and how Luffy in particular can't even save himself from drowning. However, Luffy does not seem opposed to these accusations of weakness, saying he needs help because of them as he grabs 2 swords from Arlong's beaten crewmates. Sanji wonders if Luffy knows how to use a sword, but Luffy just swings them wildly at Arlong, much to the fishman's bewilderment as he dodges the random swings. He then counters one of the swords with his nose, sending it flying out of Luffy's hand, and Luffy swings his other sword at Arlong, only for the sword to shatter upon contact with Arlong's nose. Arlong initially thinks Luffy is just playing around, but Luffy is not done yet, as he immediately follows up his sword strikes with a cartwheel punch to Arlong's jaw, which sends the fishman flying back and shatters his teeth as the bystanders look on in shock. Luffy shouts at Arlong that he cannot fight with swords, or navigate, or cook, or lie like his crewmates can, and that without their help, he would die. Arlong questions Luffy's statement, wondering why anyone would follow someone who professes to be so weak. He asks Luffy what he can do that gives him the right to be a captain, and Luffy simply replies that he can beat Arlong. Luffy's crewmates and allies cheer at his statement, but Arlong expresses his exasperation with Luffy's talking as he quickly grows back another set of teeth, much to Luffy's shock. He reveals that he can do this as a shark fishman, and that the new set is stronger than the old one every time. He then pulls out his new set of teeth, and then the next one after that, allowing him to wield 2 sets of teeth in his hands as weapons, while another set of teeth grow back in his mouth. Arlong uses this ability to proclaim again about the superiority of fishmen, and he attacks Luffy with the jaws in his hands. Eventually he manages to draw blood, but with a shock, realizes that it is from a fishman that Luffy used as a shield. This causes Arlong to get angry, and gives Luffy an idea. Chapter 91 is titled Darts. Arlong gets angry at Luffy for using his crewmate as a shield, but Luffy retorts that the fishman did the same to his enemies. Johnny and Yusaku state that Luffy said he had an idea for beating Arlong, and they and Sanji wonder what it is. Arlong attacks Luffy by snapping the teeth in his hands, but Luffy avoids his lunges and kicks him in the jaw, sending another set of his teeth flying out. As Arlong grows another set, he reminds Luffy that it's useless to break his teeth, but Luffy instead places the fishman's teeth into his own mouth, and Johnny and Yusaku are appalled that this is his idea. An insulted Arlong manages to give Luffy a small bite in the shoulder, although it leads to him melodramatically rolling on the ground in pain. Johnny and Yusaku yell at Luffy to stop playing around, but Luffy denies the accusation. He then blocks another of Arlong's strikes with a large piece of rock, but Arlong's strength sends Luffy tumbling backwards. Arlong then sinks a set of teeth into Luffy's side, but he quickly responds by biting Arlong's shoulder with the fishman's own teeth. The 2 combatants separate from each other, with the teeth Luffy used being left in Arlong's shoulder, and Luffy laughs how he hurt Arlong with his own teeth. However, Arlong pulling the teeth from his shoulder says that Luffy's jaws are too weak to do any real damage, and he tries to demonstrate the real power of a shark's jaw as he bites into Luffy's right arm at the elbow. Luffy manages to counter by throwing Arlong into the ground, allowing him to loosen the stunned fishman's jaws and free his arm. The 2 momentarily lie motionless on the ground. Genzo states that Luffy could have lost his arm had he been trapped for even a second longer. Arlong gets up first, noting that Luffy's throw was enough to draw blood. Meanwhile, Luffy pulls the teeth out of his side, but when he gets up, he notices that Arlong has disappeared. Usopp yells to Luffy that Arlong went into the water, though Luffy initially confuses his exposed fin for an actual shark. Below the surface, Arlong says that no one can compare to his speed underwater, as he flies out of the water like a torpedo, with Luffy just barely dodging a fatal blow, but still being hit hard enough to send him spinning away. Arlong crashes through the tower wall while Luffy tumbles to the ground. Arlong is surprised Luffy could dodge him, but notes that it will only delay the inevitable. He then uses the same attack again, and Luffy dodges him, causing his node to embed itself in the ground, with no ill effect to the fishman. Sanji is shocked at how strong his nose is, and Arlong uses the attack twice more, successfully grazing Luffy both times before going back underwater. As Luffy struggles to his feet, his allies yell for him to get away before Arlong can attack again, but Luffy refuses and stands in front of the pool, declaring that he will catch Arlong and break his nose. Chapter 92 is titled Happiness. Luffy goads Arlong to come out of the pool despite the beating the fishman gave him, and Arlong laughs at Luffy's tenacity, wondering if Luffy realized that running away is futile. Usopp yells at Luffy to hide, saying that he'll die if Arlong lands a direct hit on him. However, Luffy makes a shield by horizontally stretching the fingers of his left hand, and Johnny and Yusaku wonder what Luffy is thinking with that. Arlong goes twice as fast as last time as he swims toward Luffy, aiming to skewer his heart, and he sends Luffy flying as he hits him directly, to Johnny and Yusaku's horror. However, Luffy barely manages to stop Arlong's nose from striking him by using his finger shield to block the fishman's face, and bounces away from Arlong onto the wall of the main building. Luffy tells Arlong that that attack won't work on him anymore. However, Arlong catches Luffy by surprise as he jumps up from the collision site, although Luffy just says he got lucky, and leaps at the straw hat again in midair. Luffy responds by stretching his fingers to form a net, which catches Arlong, and Luffy then stomps Arlong's chest and sends him crashing into the ground below. The onlookers rejoice, and Luffy wonders if Arlong is dead, but Arlong's eyes quickly reopen and they are now intense and wild looking. Genzo and Nojiko are unnerved by the sight, and even Nami says that she has never seen his eyes like that before. Sanji notes that they are the same eyes a Sea King has when it goes berserk, and that Luffy's attack just enraged him. Arlong grabs Luffy by the head and slams him into the foot of the building before charging at him. Luffy barely manages to jump over Arlong's punch, but as Arlong punches through the wall of the building, he grabs a giant Zanbato named Kibachi and pulls it out. Arlong swings Kibachi at Luffy and Luffy dodges, but the sword plants itself into the building and allows Arlong to flip and pursue Luffy up the main building. Arlong manages to corner Luffy on an upper level, and Luffy leaps into a window as the fishman attacks. Arlong climbs into the room, and Luffy wonders what all the papers around him are. Arlong replies that these are the map that Nami has spent the last 8 years drawing, and he praises Nami's ability, but Luffy notes that the pen on Nami's desk is encrusted in blood. Arlong holds Luffy's head between two of Kibachi's blades as he says that there is no greater happiness for Nami than to make maps for the fishmen to use to conquer the world, and asks Luffy if he could use her any more effectively. In response, Luffy grabs onto one of Kibachi's blades, rendering Arlong unable to move his sword. Luffy shatters the tooth-like blade with his bare hand, growing angry about Arlong using Nami like a tool. Chapter 93 is titled Going Down. As Luffy breaks off part of Arlong's Kibachi, he asks Arlong what he thinks Nami is. Arlong replies that while she is a human, he at least considers her useful, and he will provide for her every want so long as she keeps drawing maps for him. As Johnny and Yusaku worry about what is happening to Luffy inside the tower, Luffy kicks Nami's desk out, and Nami is taken aback as it falls to the ground. Arlong angrily wonders why Luffy is destroying Nami's cartography supplies and sending them flying out of the tower, and as she watches them fall, Nami remembers Arlong showing her cartography room for the first time when she was a child. Arlong swings Kibachi at Luffy, but Luffy dodges it and he destroys more of Nami's maps in the process. Arlong is aghast at what is happening to his maps, remembering forcing Nami to work for long hours and abusing her in order to acquire them. Arlong grabs Luffy and shouts that it took Nami 8 years to make those maps, and outside, Nami silently thanks Luffy while tears fall from her eyes. Arlong bites Luffy in the neck, but Luffy grabs the fishman's nose as he states that while he may not know anything about fishmen or cartography, he now knows how to help Nami. He snaps Arlong's nose out of place and states that he cannot allow this room to exist. Luffy then kicks into the ceiling and his leg stretches all the way through the roof. Arlong puts his nose back in place and scoffs at the idea of a human destroying Arlong Park as he spins toward Luffy. He bites Luffy in the chest, but Luffy brings his foot down on top of him, sending him crashing all the way to the ground floor. The impact causes the entire tower to crack, and the Straw Hats and citizens prepare to evacuate. But Nami does not want to leave Luffy inside the tower. However, she cries out to him as it collapses immediately afterwards. Chapter 94 is titled The Second. Luffy destroys Arlong Park's roof and pieces of the building are scattered into the air. Zoro, who was sleeping, is struck and wonders what happened. Meanwhile, at the foot of the building, everyone wonders what happened inside and who won. Suddenly, Luffy emerges from the destruction to everyone's joy and then declares that Nami is his friend. Nami acknowledges his gesture. Everybody then celebrates the news of Arlong's defeat. However, they are soon interrupted by Nezumi, who thanks them for giving him an enjoyable fight to watch and then declares that all the riches of Arlong Park now belong to him. He then asks that everyone throw down their arms, but is interrupted by Zoro and then gets beaten up by the Straw Hat crew. Nami then gives Luffy his straw hat back and attacks Nezumi as well. She tells him to give her back her money. Nezumi leaves and tells them that they will regret crossing him, while everyone continues to celebrate with Nami, Nojiko, and Genzo sitting by Bellmere's grave. Back at Kokoyashi village, Dr. Nako is treating Zoro, who is in a lot of pain. Later at the Marine's 16th branch, Nezumi alerts Marine headquarters about the Straw Hat crew. Chapter 95 is titled Spin, Pinwheel. Night falls in the East Blue, but the partying in Kokoyashi village does not cease as people continue celebrating their hard-fought freedom from the Arlong pirates. Luffy stuffs himself with meat and asks Sanji about a raw ham melon that the cook ate. Sanji goes to flirt with the women, while Usopp proclaims his achievements to the jubilant crowd. Meanwhile, Genzo goes to Bellmere's grave and pours sake on it, telling her that her daughters have become strong women that remind him of her. He then says that they will all do their best to live life to the fullest from now on, for the sake of those who died in their struggle for freedom. Luffy then bursts onto the scene looking for raw ham melon, and attempts to leave after not seeing any, but Genzo stops him. Luffy notes the grave and offers his condolences, and Genzo tells him that if he takes away the smile from Nami's face, he will kill the pirate himself, which Luffy understands. Meanwhile, Nojiko notes that Chabo is not sulking about his dad's death, and Chabo replies that nothing good would have come from thoughts like that. Nojiko then pinches his cheek as his response prevented her from picking on him. Inside a room, Dr. Nako tells Nami that her tattoo cannot be fully erased, as it would still leave a scar. Nami remembers telling Nojiko about her pain at being branded with the Arlong Pirates tattoo, and how Nojiko proceeded to get her own tattoos to match her. Nami then asks Dr. Nako to tattoo something else in its place, showing him a piece of paper with what she has in mind. The next day, the Straw Hat Pirates prepare to depart from the island. Johnny and Yusaku bid them farewell, as they intend to resume their lives as bounty hunters. Usopp wonders where Nami is, and Zoro suggests that she may not be coming. Genzo and Dr. Nako express their shock when they hear that Nami is leaving her 100 million berries in the village, but Nojiko says that her sister was content with just stealing more money later. Nami then approaches the villagers and shouts for the Straw Hats to set sail before running towards the Going Merry. Genzo and the villagers realize in shock that Nami is not giving them the opportunity to thank her, and she bursts through the crowd and leaps from the dock onto the Merry. Nami then drops the wallets and money she stole from the villagers and they shout at her in anger, though are still grateful to her. Genzo tells Luffy to remember their promise, and Nami happily shouts her goodbye to the villagers. Dr. Neko hands Genzo the paper that Nami gave him when getting her new tattoo, revealing its design: a tangerine attached to a pinwheel. Nojiko notices that Genzo is not wearing his pinwheel, and he replies that he does not need it anymore. When Nami was a baby, Bellmere got mad at Genzo for making her cry with his scary face. In response, Genzo put the pinwheel on his hat, which made her laugh. Now the pinwheel, as well as an orange, sits in front of Bellmere's grave. Chapter 96: Greatest Evil of the East. Nami argues that the newspaper and everything else has become expensive. In the meantime, Usopp develops a new chili marble to blind opponents. Luffy bumps into Usopp, causing him to spill the chili in his eyes. Luffy attempts to eat an orange from Nami's tree, but Sanji defends the tree from Luffy. Zoro, on the other hand, is resting. The ship heads towards the Grand Line. Meanwhile, at Marine HQ, Lieutenant Brand New is receiving every East Blue pirate's bounty. Every pirate with a high bounty in East Blue has been defeated by Monkey D. Luffy. Brand New shows Luffy's first bounty of 30 million berries. The Marines are gathered to make a vow of righteousness and justice in the sea. Back to the ship, Luffy is proud of his first bounty poster, but Nami is afraid that everybody will try to kill him. Usopp is also proud of his captain's bounty poster because the back of his head is shown. They decide it's time to head for the Grand Line. When Zoro sees an island, Nami informs them it is Logtown, the city of the beginning and the end, where the legendary Gold Roger was born and executed. When the crew arrives on the island, Luffy decides to head to the execution platform. Sanji looks for food, Usopp wants to buy some tools, and Zoro thinks of buying something, which leaves Nami offering to lend him some money with 300% interest. While Zoro walks around the town, he sees a girl getting picked on because they cannot fulfill their dream to go to the Grand Line. The girl, being a swordswoman, quickly finishes them off but drops her glasses in the process. Zoro is impressed by her skills and helps her find her glasses. When the girl thanks him, Zoro stares in shock as she is the spitting image of his long-dead friend, Kuna. In the meantime, on an isolated island, Mihawk is looking for someone. That someone is soon revealed to be Shanks, the red-hair captain of Red Hair Pirates. Mihawk informs Shanks about Luffy's first bounty poster and that he remembered a story that he told him once about a kid in a little village. Shanks, eager to meet Luffy again, throws a party to celebrate Luffy's arrival and first bounty. Meanwhile, in Luffy's hometown, Fuchsia Village, everybody is happy because Luffy is infamous. The villagers wonder if he is going to become a great pirate from the village. The mayor of the village, however, is not really happy of the outcome, saying that it is Luffy's dream or destiny. So this is roughly where the Netflix adaptation of One Piece ends, so we'll stop here. Please consider subscribing for more manga to screen adaptations.